Passion Pages. Chapter 534. However, Chen Fengxiao immediately retracted his gaze from the dazzling golden leaf because he felt the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it's sarcasm. This guy actually set a trap for himself. Do you think I'm an idiot like Qingshi, reaching out for the golden leaf? Do you think I'm a pussy like Ma Su, who only knows how to spit at newcomers? If I want it, I'll make you offer it to me with both hands. Yes, you'll have to kneel on the ground and offer it to me with both hands. Otherwise, I won't even bother to accept it. Chen Fengxiao swallowed his saliva and looked up at Zhang Xiaohua, who was looking at me with extreme sarcasm. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Ren, well done. As an elder brother, I have nothing to say. Well done." Then, he looked at Ma Su and Qingshi and said, "A true hero should clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, repay kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If people don't respect me, why should I respect them? Ma Su is a disciple of our grass division. We'll talk about you two later. However, this Qingshi is a disciple of the pill division. We can't not give face to this good friend and brother of ours. Don't you think so? Brother Ren, I know this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak, and also your first time seeing our brothers from the grass division. Perhaps it's also your first time seeing our brothers from the pill expanding hall. The pill division is also a part of our pill expanding hall. Your slap just now can be considered as venting your anger. I know little brother is a hero, and every word you spit out is a pit, and every word you say is, but 50 taels of gold. I'm not boasting, but there's really no one on Tianmu Peak who can afford it. Little brother, even if you chop off all of Qingshi's flesh and sell it, it may not be worth so much gold. Why don't you take into account that this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak and entering the pill expanding hall, and give me some face and let Qingshi off this time? How about this?" Zhang Xiaohua grinned when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an explosion outside and someone shouted, "Head Chen, what are you talking about? Is there anything that my pill department can't take out? Even if Qingshi can't take it out, can't I take it out? Wu Dalong." Chen Feng smiled bitterly and called out, "You came at the right time. Wu Dalong." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What a nice name. He then smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders at Chen Fengxiao, expressing his helplessness. But in his heart, he was bursting with joy. It wasn't easy for him to find a chance to extort someone, and yet he had to give up just because of some headmaster Chen. He was truly indignant. This Wu Dalong was truly a cute character. But when Wu Dalong entered the hall, Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't restrain her laughter. When she heard this guy's shout, she thought he was a burly man who was even stronger than Chen Fengxiao. But when he entered the hall, it was a short man who was no more than 5 feet tall. Wu Dalong walked up to Chen Fengxiao and sneered, "Didn't you hear what Headmaster Chen said just now? What is it that my pill department can't take out? Wasn't it just 50 gold leaves? I can take it out." Chen Fengxiao looked at the arrogant Wu Dalong and his eyes shrunk. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Dalong can take it out, I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Then, he said politely to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, boss's face has been smashed to the ground. But, brother, you don't have to be afraid. Since you've come to Tianmu Peak, you're my brother. If I don't protect you, who will?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Chen. But, you don't need me to eat anything, right?" Chen Fengxiao laughed loudly, "Little brother, you're really humorous. Come. Passion Pages. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal situation. Since pill department's Wu Dalong is here, we can talk about the grass department and pill department later. Come, propose a toast to Brother Ma Su. The grudges between us can be written off. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. We're all brothers of the grass department. Little brother also made a mistake just now. I really have to apologize to Brother Ma." Chen Fengxiao was overjoyed. This was a person who went with the flow, a person with discerning eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Ma Su refused. He looked at Chen Fengxiao and said with a smile, "Headmaster Chen, my nose." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Ma Su and raised a cup of wine with a smile. He put one hand in front of Ma Su's mouth and said, "Brother Ma, do you want to drink this wine yourself, or do you want little brother to feed you? Or should I say, do you want to drink a toast, or do you want to drink a forfeit?" This was what Ma Su said to Zhang Xiaohua at the beginning. Now, Zhang Xiaohua returned the same words. Ma Su wanted to refuse at first, but when he saw Chen Fengxiao, he was unwilling. Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Ma Su's legs almost went soft. He immediately caught the cup with both hands and said with a trembling voice, I'll drink, I'll drink. We're all brothers, how can I blame you?" After saying that, he raised his head and drank it. Then, he coughed and choked. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother Ma is really an impatient person. Just now, you were in a hurry to educate little brother, and now you're in a hurry to drink. Haste makes waste." Under the gaze of the people from the grass division, Chen Fengxiao perfectly mediated the grudge between Zhang Xiaohua and Ma Su, completing the goal of pacifying the internal affairs. At this time, he looked at Wu Dalong, who was listening to the people from the pill division in detail. As Wu Dalong listened, he cast his greedy eyes on the shiny golden leaves in the big bundle. When his disciple finished, Wu Dalong threw his head back and laughed. He pointed at Qingshi and said, "You idiot, if you want to take it, why don't you take the whole bundle? If you only take 50 taels of gold, who can share it?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked to the bag and slowly closed it. She put away the golden leaf and was about to pick it up when Wu Dalong shouted, "Wait." Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop and asked, "Is this your bag?" Wu Dalong was stunned, "No." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Since it's not yours, I'll pack my own bag. What does it have to do with other people? If there's anything you want to say, just say it." After saying that, she ignored him and threw the bag in her hand on the table next to Chen Fengxiao. Wu Dalong's eyes followed the curve of the bag and he was very depressed. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "No matter who is right and who is wrong, little brother has hurt my brothers. If I don't take revenge for my brothers, how can I be the big brother of others in the future?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Well, that's great. However, before you take revenge, shouldn't you let me take revenge too? I still haven't found my 50 taels of gold." Then, she changed the topic. "Unfortunately, I've already promised Headmaster Chen that I won't pursue the matter of the 50 taels of gold. If you do this, won't you make it difficult for me?" Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao thought, "Well, this guy is going to drag me into the water. It's really not easy to be the boss." Then, he stepped out and said, "Wu Dalong, my brother is right. If you want to take revenge for Qingshi, you'd better take out the 50 taels of gold that my brother asked for." Wu Dalong was furious. He said, "My brother only touched the 50 taels of gold with his hand. He didn't even warm the gold before you took it back. Moreover, his teeth were knocked out and he was kicked out of the door. We haven't asked for any compensation yet, but you're the one who complained first, asking us for the 50 taels of gold. This is such a robber's logic, can you still be reasonable?" Hearing Wu Dalong's reasoning, Chen Fengxiao was already laughing in his heart, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, "Qingshi offended my little brother first, so he should do things according to my little brother's rules. When they understand, we'll move on to the next step. What do you think, Wu Dalong?" Wu Dalong raised his head and said, "Well, what can we do if we do as you say? If we don't do this, your grass division will say that our pill division is greedy. Hee, this has always been your trick." Zhang Xiaohua was happy to hear this. She stretched out her hand and said, "Then please give me the gold first." Wu Dalong waved his hand and said, "This little brother doesn't seem to be a disciple of our pill division. Is this your first time in our fragrant cult?" "I think so. These few days seem to be the biennial day to enter the mountain." Little brother, you must be from the outside. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to answer, he continued, what's the use of gold in the fragrant cult? Who would want to take gold that was worthless and useless? Who would have gold in their purse? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, since you don't have the gold, how are you going to compensate me? Wu Dalong said disdainfully, this gold is what our pill division owes you. Remember, only if you let us owe you the gold, then we can compensate you. Only then can we move on to the next step of the discussion. Isn't this just trying to get something without risking anything? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. But, what was he afraid of? He raised his hand and said, I understand. I'll remember this debt. Next, I'll let Headmaster Chen talk to Wu Dalong. I think both of you are familiar with this. Chen Feng smiled. Chen Feng smiled. This was truly a wonderful person. He was also a smart person. Dealing with this kind of person was too worry-free. Therefore, he asked, Brother Wu, you see, this little brother of mine has already handed this matter to me. Can I represent this little brother of mine? Why would Wu Dalong care about who represented him? As long as there was a pile of gold leaves, even if he represented the grass division, what could he do? Sure enough, the two of them came to a conclusion after a short discussion. Chen Feng smiled and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He said with a smile, little brother, I made the decision for you just now. Actually, the key is to take down the arrogance of the pill division. Don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, it's nothing. Headmaster Chen, please say what you want to say. Chen Feng smiled and said, there's nothing much to say. It's just that the pill division wants to regain their face. Just like before, they made a bet with our grass division. There are 10 matches, and the prize for each match is 50 taels of gold. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, but Wu Dalong seems to have said that they don't have any gold. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously and said, although they don't have any gold, they have something that is equivalent to gold. Recommend me. Chapter 535. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, something of the same value as gold? Then she immediately understood and pretended to be in disbelief. She said softly, Headmaster Chen, are you talking about? Zhang Xiaohua mouthed the word pill. Chen Feng laughed and said, little brother, you're really smart. No wonder you were chosen by Rejuvenation Valley to join the fragrance cult. You understood it immediately. Nonsense, Zhang Xiaohua had done this many times. Wasn't it the same in Rejuvenation Valley? However, at that time, he was the only one who had heard the alchemy and no one else knew about it. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley had also agreed to it, so there was nothing wrong with taking it. However, in the pill-expanding hall of the incense cult, there were hundreds of people refining pills together. Even the walls had ears. Whatever you did, it could be seen by others. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly puzzled, Chen Fengxiao said in a low voice, the medicinal pills refined by our pill expansion hall are all for the use of outer court disciples. The medicinal pills of inner court disciples are refined by the inner court disciples themselves. It has nothing to do with us. The outer disciples' pills are of average quality, so the inner disciples don't pay much attention to them. Moreover, who doesn't want to make some extra money in this era? Others say 100,000 snowflakes silver for 3 years. Our pill expansion hall doesn't understand the principle of the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, right? Moreover, there haven't been any fights for hundreds of years. The consumption of pills is small, but we have refined a lot. Who in the sect knows the exact number? Alas, it's a pity that our brothers in the grass division only know how to grow herbs and don't know how to refine pills. We can only give them the herbs. Which one of these bastards doesn't have a lot of private work in their pockets? Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood. Everyone was stuffing things into their pockets. Then no one would criticize anyone. It was fine as long as the hall master and the rest felt that the quantity was appropriate. Moreover, according to Yang Yao's words, this Tianmu peak was difficult to manage. If you didn't ask them to make trouble, who would really come to see how many pills they refined? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the pills of Rejuvenation Valley. Although the pills of the fragrance cult were better than those of Rejuvenation Valley, which one of the disciples of Tianmu Peak had good internal strength? How could they refine a pill that Zhang Xiaohua would like? Even if the aroma cult had the pills that Zhang Xiaohua needed, it would have been refined by the inner sanctum and would never appear in the Tianmu Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not agree to this condition. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said with a smile, "Boss Chen, to be honest, I'm not too interested in what you're talking about." Chen Fengxiao was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's words, but he immediately understood what Huang Xiaolong meant. He patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder and said, "I saw some pills in your bag just now, they must be from the Rejuvenation Valley. But you have to believe me, the pills refined by the disciples of the pill department of our pill expansion hall may not be inferior to the pills refined by the Rejuvenation Valley. Moreover, our pill expansion hall has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, there are countless pill recipes, there are many pills that you can't even imagine." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "You've given me various pills of different quality, but I have no use for them. They are all for martial arts, the pills that I refine are better than yours. Why would I use the golden leaf to exchange for your useless pills for no reason?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to think for a while, but still shook her head. Just as Boss Chen said, "Since I'm here in the aroma cult, what's the point of fighting? I'm not injured, why would I need those pills? Moreover, even if it's the pills that I want, such as those that can increase my power, it's impossible for our Tianmu Peak to have them, right?" Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao was a little anxious. On Tianmu Peak, pills were the hard currency, there was no one who didn't like them. Previously, when they gambled, they used pills as the wager. Moreover, he had always wanted to say in his heart, "Little brother, it's fine if you don't want the pills, but our grass department brothers are all crying piteously for food." Therefore, Chen Fengxiao asked with a smile, "Then little brother, what do you want the pill department to use as the wager?" "Yes, what do I need?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Actually, what he needed the most was information about the Misty School, but these things couldn't be said openly. Moreover, this information could be obtained privately, so why not use the golden leaf as the quota? If he could save, he would save. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Boss Chen, I'll take the liberty to ask." Chen Fengxiao was happy to hear her call herself a little brother. He said, "Little brother, there's no harm in asking. Once you're on Tianmu Peak, you're my brother." Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Then what did our grass department brothers use as the wager when they gambled with the pill department? What else could it be?" Chen Fengxiao said resentfully. "It's the pill department's pills. But we won against them before. If we lose, we'll return them to them." "Then, what about the earliest times? When there weren't any pills, or when there weren't any pills at all?" Zhang Xiaohua tried to tempt him further. "If there weren't any pills, then there wasn't any money to give them. They just took the herbs we grew. However, these bastards are really too greedy. They said that our herbs were half-finished products and weren't worth much. Only the pills were finished products and had high added value. A pile of herbs was only worth half a pill. Don't you think this is fair? Our grass department brothers worked so hard to grow herbs that weren't worth anything at all. They just spun them in the pill furnace and took out several times the value. This is really unfair." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Nonsense. You don't have any core skills, so you can only use resources to exchange for products. Even so, the pill department has to be willing." I understand. Headmaster Chen, that is to say, the disciples of the grass division also have some, personal goods?" "That's right." Chen Fengxiao didn't avoid the topic. He said, "We live off the mountain, and we live off the water. If our grass department brothers don't eat herbs, what can we eat? Oh, if we don't rely on herbs, what do we rely on?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If I use the pills I won to exchange for herbs with the grass department brothers, they will definitely be happy. Exchange for herbs. Chen Fengxiao was stunned, then laughed and said, "Little brother, these herbs are all over Tianmu Peak. What are you exchanging for? You are a grass department brother, who won't let you pick them? If anyone doesn't let you pick them, just tell me." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Boss Chen. Little brother's intention is not to exchange for ordinary herbs, but those that are more precious or have been around for a long time. I believe that with the tens of thousands of years of inheritance of the fragrance cult, there must be many good things that have not been discovered by others, or have been discovered by the professionals of our grass department." Chen Fengxiao heard and laughed even harder. Patting Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, he said, "Little brother has a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? However, I just thought that I don't know how to refine pills, so I would be wasting those things." "Ah, little brother, that means you know how to refine pills?" Then, his face became even more joyful. He said, "I forgot that you came from Rejuvenation Valley and are not young." "I think," Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Boss Chen, let's talk about these things later. Let's talk about the battle first." Chen Fengxiao tried to hide his surprise and said, "We can talk about the battle later. Little brother, you have caused too much trouble here today. Let's get rid of this Wu Dalong first." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "There is one more problem. Boss Chen, these 10 battles can't be arranged in one day, right? Even if this group of people is very weak, I will be very tired after a day. This is not good for health." Chen Fengxiao's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he did not know her. However, this was indeed the first time he had seen Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Little brother, it seems that I have to call you big brother. Your words are too awesome. You want to take on the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department alone? 10 great guardian deities?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, Chen Fengxiao ignored Zhang Xiaohua's surprise and said, "Although I don't know how good little brother's martial arts are, I can confidently tell you that you will definitely not be able to defeat the 10 great guardian deities. If you can defeat them, how can my brothers of the grass department let you suffer for us alone? Hee, with little brother's help this time, our grass department will have to regain some face." Then, he winked at Zhang Xiaohua with a knowing expression and whispered, "You can't eat all the meat and let the other brothers drink only the soup. This is not good for the unity of our brothers of the Tianmu Peak." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and cupped his hands. He said, "Boss Chen is so kind. As expected of a boss. This little brother will not meddle in this matter. You can arrange it, I will listen to you." Chen Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Good brother, listen well. I will not let you fight for nothing." Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. "Anyway, it is not your golden leaf. Of course you won't care. I am not willing to lose money. But looking at you, these 10 great guardian deities are not that powerful. You want me to bleed? No way. I want to see what benefits I can get from Tianmu Peak. Dragon scale fruit, maybe there is something better than you." Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Boss Chen, this one has eaten and drunk enough. After walking for a day, I am tired." "You see," Chen Fengxiao slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me. Seeing such a talent like little brother, I know how to be happy. I have completely forgotten about this matter." He raised his head and waved his hand. "Bai Huan, come here. Bring this little brother to his residence. Find the most comfortable and luxurious room for him." Then, he turned and said, "Little brother, don't blame me. It is already late. I will let them clean it up tomorrow." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "That is not necessary. Any room will do. As long as it is quiet and not disturbed." "Oh?" Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile. He looked at the big bag next to him and said, "I understand what little brother means. Coincidentally, there is a small courtyard on the side of Tianmu Peak. It is very quiet and unoccupied. Little brother, how about staying there for now? Vote for me. Even if someone stealthily took your gold, where could he run to? Even if you have gold, you still need to be alive to spend it. Moreover, they still have a chance to win the gold from you in the next few days. Why would they do something stupid? Oh, and even if they want to do something stupid, the 10 great guardian deities won't agree, right? After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua quite agreed. What he said was right, so she cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother Bai, for sending me here. Be careful when you go back later. Don't trip in the bamboo forest." Bai Huan was timid. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, he would walk slowly by himself. Now, after hearing Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense, how could he move half a step? He looked outside, as if he had already seen the shadows in the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, "If senior brother Bai thinks it's too far, I can send you there. However, I have something to ask you." Bai Huan said happily, "What is it?" "Brother Ren, you can ask." Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth but didn't say a word. He smiled and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it in a few days. I just want to know the situation of our fragrant cult." Bai Huan didn't doubt him and said, "It's okay, Brother Ren. Anyone who comes here for the first time wants to know more. If you don't understand anything, just ask me." As he said, he looked at the darkness outside the door again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's go. As the host, I should also see the guest out." After seeing Bai Huan out of the bamboo forest and to a brighter place, Bai Huan left with gratitude. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, turned around and slowly walked into the darkness. Then, with a twist of his waist, his figure disappeared. Alas, fortunately, Bai Huan didn't dare to look back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scared to the ground? When he came out of the ground, he was already in the small hut. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's divine awareness was suppressed, he couldn't escape far away. If he did, he would inevitably get lost. This short distance was still appropriate. No one had come to the small courtyard for a long time and a lot of weeds had grown. The chi of heaven and earth in the fragrant cult was more abundant than in other places. These weeds also grew crazily. The 4 odd beasts didn't hesitate and directly ate in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua took the 2 bags and Prajna heavy sword from Huanhuan's back, and casually threw them on the floor of the small hut. Then, he took out a dozen or so jade talismans from his money pouch and threw them in every corner of the small courtyard. Then, he formed a hand seal and cast out a seal that he had recently learned, enveloping the entire small courtyard. After everything was settled, Zhang Xiaohua took out the green cattail hassock and put it on the ground. He sat down cross-legged. There was a lot of dust in the house. He didn't learn any cleaning techniques. It was better to wait for Chen Fengshao to find someone to clean up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath for a moment. Then, he took out the small ring and the black jade slip from his arms. Since he got these 2 things in the cave in the mountain stream, he hadn't looked at them carefully. Along the way, he was in the carriage with strong people. If he suddenly took out a strange thing, wouldn't it attract attention? Moreover, Lord Peacock of the fragrant cult was also in front of him. It would be even more inappropriate if he was discovered. So, he only put the 2 things in his arms and didn't check them. Actually, he wanted to keep the 2 things in his money bag. However, the black jade slip was easily kept in his money bag. No matter how hard he tried to keep the small ring, there was no reaction. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and the small ring in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua held the black jade slip in his hand and slowly immersed his divine sense into it. There was a fluctuation of energy from the jade slip, but this fluctuation was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. This jade slip seemed to have a restriction. When he used his divine sense to look at it, it was different from the restriction taught by Venerable Fire Dragon. There was a shadow of the rabbit talisman. But what if the thing in the rabbit talisman checked the restriction in the black jade slip? He was at a loss again. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua used a few common methods to break the restriction, but to no avail. Then, he carefully placed the black jade slip into his coin pouch, and picked up the small fiery red ring. The ring was very small, only as thick as a finger. It looked like the shape of a flame. It seemed to have a magical power that could attract people's attention and spirit. Zhang Xiaohua continued to immerse his divine sense into it. This ring seemed to be different from the black jade slip. It seemed to have a very complicated restriction, but it also seemed to have no restriction at all. However, the fluctuation of energy that it emitted had a desolate and distant feeling. Anyone who used their divine sense to scan it would know that this was a very unusual item. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not know how to break the restriction or how to use this ring. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua hated this kind of thing the most. Yes, it was the feeling of being able to look at something but not be able to eat it. He almost wanted to throw the ring away. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the first ring that he got. Didn't he also not know what it was? But it brought about an incredible change to him. Therefore, he was reluctant to throw it away. There was no precedent for a bracelet. Do you think that Zhang Xiaohua would throw away something that he got? Putting the small ring on the ground first, Zhang Xiaohua took off the mysterious bracelet from his left arm for the first time. However, this time, he clearly noticed that the bracelet that was attached to his arm could automatically change according to the thickness of his arm. It was very exaggerated to take off a fist that was much thicker than his arm. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head gently. Such an obvious anomaly, how could he not see it in the past? Fortunately, he only treated it as a treasure. If it was like what his mother said, he would not know where to throw it. Thinking of his discerning eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's little tail could not help but stick up again. Under the light, the bracelet was very dark. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be bits of starlight inside. This starlight was different from what he saw in the Meridian's nourishing pill. This starlight seemed to be little stars, glowing naturally. Zhang Xiaohua could actually faintly see some heavenly Tao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and released his divine sense, preparing to immerse it, he found that this bracelet did not even have the slightest fluctuation of primordial qi. It was completely no different from an ordinary object. What's going on here? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be surprised. Although the small bracelet did not let me understand it, it would at least give me some obscure and unfamiliar fluctuations. You, on the other hand, simply hid yourself and did not give me any thoughts. If I didn't know that all these years of encounters were related to this bracelet, oh, that's not right. I also don't know if it is related to it. It's just that after seeing it, everything slowly changed. How would I know that this bracelet is extraordinary? At this moment, in his divine sense, the bracelet suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. It was different from the fluctuation of primordial qi. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. However, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at the towering peak above his head, he couldn't help but be a little expectant. How magnificent would the scenery above the Sea of Clouds be? Looking at the distant east where the sun was slowly rising, Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Two indistinct flames were quietly surging in his eyes. They seemed to be the reflection of the morning sun, but also seemed to be the real flame. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth. His stomach slightly deflated, and a little bit of fire-like essence came out and was directly sucked into his body. The flame in his eyes became clearer. In the mountain wind, on the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua smoothly finished practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did he leisurely return to the courtyard. It was still early. Presumably, even if Chen Fengxiao were to come, it would be late in the morning. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat upright in the courtyard and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. On the way to the aroma cult, Zhang Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the cultivation concealment incantation of God Traction. Now, she had mastered it. In the process of entering the aroma cult, no one noticed anything unusual. Presumably, it was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua had been using this incantation since it didn't consume much vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended more than 10 rabbit talismans in the Mud Pill Palace. However, she still couldn't finish them in one go. She could only move forward step by step. Now, there was one more rooster talisman in the Mud Pill Palace. This was a talisman that could devour black gas. Needless to say, it was an extremely powerful talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy after comprehending only one talisman. She didn't dare to go deeper. It should be because her cultivation wasn't high enough. She had to wait until her cultivation was higher, then she could slowly start. The heavenly Tao was boundless. Zhang Xiaohua had only slightly comprehended it. Time flew by and unknowingly, it was late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the sun in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrongly? Did Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong have some changes last night? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have sensed something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. In the distance, wasn't Qin Fengxiao walking over with a middle-aged man in a white robe? When they got closer, Zhang Xiaohua went forward and cupped her hands. Headmaster Chen, I've been waiting for a long time. Qin Fengxiao smiled and returned the greeting. It's not that I didn't want to come. I wanted to visit you early in the morning and have a good chat with you. However, I couldn't come alone. I had to wait for an important person. As he spoke, he pointed and introduced, Come, Brother Ren. This is the think tank of our grass division. His surname is Qiu and his name is Wei Cheng. Don't be fooled by his name. Everything he does is successful. Zhang Xiaohua immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior Qiu. Qiu Wei Cheng went forward and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. Brother Ren, don't be so courteous. Although it's the first time we've met, I've heard from Headmaster about what you did in the dining hall last night. It's really satisfying. Qin Fengxiao smiled. Junior Qiu wasn't at Tianmu Peak last night. I was waiting for him to come back and tell him about what happened. That's why I came to have a good chat with you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Then, he looked at the small courtyard behind him and said, Headmaster Chen, I just came to this courtyard last night. I didn't plan to use it. There's a lot of dust inside and it's not suitable for guests. Qin Fengxiao slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Look at my head, I was so happy for little brother's arrival that I forgot about this matter. I presume little brother didn't have a good rest last night. I apologize to little brother here. After he finished, he bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let him bow and hurriedly supported him. Qin Fengxiao used all his strength and couldn't lower his head. She was slightly surprised and quickly got up. Qiu Wei Cheng saw everything clearly. When he came back early in the morning, he was pulled aside by Qin Fengxiao and told him everything that happened last night. Qiu Wei Cheng didn't care too much about it. After all, Qing Shi was just a disciple with a little reputation in the Dan department. Ma Su was even worse. It wasn't that impressive to be able to deal with them. He thought that Qin Fengxiao was just coveting this kid's golden leaf. Now that he saw Qin Fengxiao's actions, it wasn't hypocritical at all. It was even more sincere than true feelings. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Headmaster Chen really values this young disciple? What's the background of this disciple? I've already sent people back to Bayou Peak to find out. I think there'll be news in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Qiu Wei Cheng smiled and said, Headmaster Chen has a lot of things to do. I'm the one handling these trivial matters. It's no wonder he forgot. When we return, I'll ask them to come over. It won't take more than a moment to clean it up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's not Headmaster Chen's fault. I was reckless last night. I just wanted to find a quiet place. This place is quiet, but not many people live here. Anyway, I won't be staying here for long. There's no need to clean it up. Not only Qiu Wei Cheng, but Qin Fengxiao was also stunned. He asked curiously, if you don't live here, where do you want to live? Don't tell me you want to go back to Bayou Peak. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, since the hall has assigned me to Tianmu Peak, I naturally want to stay here. But isn't this place too far from the herb farm? It's very inconvenient to stay here. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Qiu Weiqing said, little brother, you don't have to worry about the planting. Headmaster Chen will arrange it. You can just stay here with peace of mind. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Tianmu Peak was under the influence of Chen Fengshao and Wuzhou ruins. As long as she was useful to them, who would care if she was planting herbs or sleeping? Following this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sea of clouds above her head. She pointed to the mountain peak that she could not see and asked, Headmaster Chen, do we have a herb farm at the mountain peak? Chen Fengshao naturally raised his head and answered in confusion, of course we do. The environment at the mountain peak is good and the herbs grow well. A few especially precious herbs can only grow at the mountain peak. Qiu Weiqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, little brother, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have always liked peace and quiet. I don't like to be disturbed. If I can find a place at the mountain peak where I can live and plant herbs, wouldn't that be like a celestial life? Chen Fengshao and Qiu Weiqing looked at each other awkwardly and thought to themselves, little brother, we are not hall masters. You don't have to pretend in front of us. All the disciples who come to Tianmu Peak want to find a comfortable place to stay and live a carefree life. No one wants to do the tiring work of planting herbs. You, on the other hand, are good. We are giving you the leisure that others want and envy, but you still want to go to the mountain to plant herbs. Cough cough, it's the peak of Tianmu Peak. That is a place that no one wants to go. Just a round trip would take half a day. Recommend me. Chapter 538. Chen Fengshao and Qiu Weiqing couldn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions. Just like how Valley Head Nia couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in the alchemy room and not the loft, Chen Fengshao and Qiu Weiqing couldn't say anything and just casually said, these matters are easy to settle. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Now is the time for our grass division to turn the tables. As long as this matter is settled, everything can be discussed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down on the grass beside the cliff and smiled, since this is the case, I will listen to your instructions. When Chen Fengshao and Qiu Weiqing saw this, they laughed and sat on the floor. They said, I like how straightforward you are. Since you mentioned it, let's listen to Senior Qiu's explanation. Qiu Weiqing looked at Chen Fengshao and said, Brother Ren should know that Tianmu Peak is different from other peaks. It is jointly managed by the two divisions of our Pill Expanding Hall, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division. Even though we belong to the same Pill Expanding Hall, we are not brothers of the same division and it is inevitable that there will be disagreements. Furthermore, the Pill Expanding Hall doesn't particularly care about our Tianmu Peak and they would throw those who are difficult to discipline, rebellious or those who aren't very promising to Tianmu Peak. As time passed, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division were constantly in conflict. After Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong stood out from their respective divisions, they slowly restrained the various brothers and gradually became harmonious. However, Brother Ren should know that there are all kinds of birds in the forest, not to mention the many brothers in Tianmu Peak. There will be conflicts every day. Even though these conflicts are temporarily suppressed, if they are not vented after a long time, it will inevitably lead to a bigger disaster. Furthermore, our Pill Expanding Hall brothers don't have much to do on a daily basis. Farming, refining pills and living a peaceful life on Tianmu Peak is difficult to satisfy the brothers' growing needs for entertainment. Thus, Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong represented the various brothers and started a gambling fight. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood and smiled, so this gambling fight isn't just because of my rashness last night. I was thinking of apologizing to Headmaster Chen today for causing so much trouble for him. Chen Fengshao waved his hand, Brother Ren's matter is just a good catalyst. Even without this catalyst, the gambling fight would still continue. Qiao Wei-cheng smiled and looked at the two and said, "It's just a normal gambling fight." It can say that in all the previous fights, the alchemy division was suppressed. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is that?" "Yesterday, I saw that although the people of the pill division are strong, they are not much stronger than our grass division. It's just that our brothers are a little less unyielding. Furthermore, I feel that Headmaster Chen's martial arts should be stronger than that Wu Dawang's." Qiao Wei-cheng smiled and said, "Brother Ren SSS, I can't win, SSS, head, SSSSSSS is, but is to be, S to fight 2 to 3. Oh, right, Brother Ren only saw 2 normal people in the dining hall. The alchemy division's 10 great Vajras and the grass division's 6 great Luahans don't eat in the dining hall. Hee, with our status, how can we squeeze with them?" Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. There's a special class everywhere, even Tianmu Peak. Different statuses have different treatment. Chen Fengxiao smiled and added, "The key is that the alchemy division's medical apprentices specialize in planting herbs. They have nothing to do with martial arts. While the alchemy division's inner strength needs to be tested. At the very least, they need to have some strength. Hence, the grass division's foundation is weak and we don't have enough reserves. Even our 6 great Luahans were recruited from other peaks with great effort. Now that Brother Ren has joined us, I think Headmaster Chen won't have to worry about manpower anymore." Qiao Wei-cheng smiled and said, "Oh right, Brother Ren, let me ask you in more detail. How many opponents like Qingshi can you handle?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, "Last night, Headmaster Chen said that Qingshi was the weakest of the 10 great Vajras. If it's like him, I can handle 3. "What? 3? Chen Fengxiao and Qiao Wei-cheng looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Brother Ren, last night was an accident. Qingshi didn't think that you would really make a move, so he didn't take any precautions. If it was a real battle, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to him. Although Qingshi is the weakest of the 10 great Vajras, he's still experienced many battles and can't be underestimated." Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. With such an opponent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of 10 of them. He thought for a while and said hesitantly, "Oh, since Headmaster Chen said so, I feel that I won't lose even if I manage to take on 3 of them." "Oh right, will there be a one-on-one battle?" Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "Unless there's a special request, there definitely won't be." Qiao Wei-cheng looked at Chen Fengxiao and asked, "Since Brother Ren can take on 3 Qingshi without losing, then your martial arts must be very high. It should be comparable to Headmaster Chen." Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, "If I were to take on 3 Qingshi, I might lose. Junior Qiu thinks too highly of me." Then, he thought for a while and said, "Since little Brother Ren's martial arts are so high, then we have to change our plan slightly." Qiao Wei-cheng nodded and turned his head to ask, "Brother Ren, there's something I have to ask you." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior Qiu, what's the matter? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high and you're so young. Why did you come to the fragrant religion to be a medicine boy?" "Oh, right, Brother Ren seems to have been chosen by the Rejuvenation Valley. You should have some relationship with Valley Head Nye. I've already told Brother Ren about this. When we came here just now, we had already sent people back to Bayou Peak." As Qiao Wei-cheng spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Chen Fengxiao. Before Zhang Xiaohua came to Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao had already told him that Chen Fengxiao had a lot of opinions about the Rejuvenation Valley and warned him to be careful. Now that Qiao Wei-cheng asked about this, he must want to tell him everything. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said to Chen Fengxiao, "Before I answer your question, I would like to ask Headmaster Chen, why do you hate the Rejuvenation Valley so much? Is it because you were bullied in the Rejuvenation Valley that year? Based on my understanding of Valley Head Nya, he may not know about this." Qiao Wei-cheng was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the pill expanding hall yesterday and came to Tianmu Peak last night. He actually knew so much about Chen Fengxiao's hatred of the Rejuvenation Valley. There must be a reason behind this. To put it bluntly, it was a conspiracy. Chen Fengxiao snorted and said, "In your mouth, he's valley head Nya, but in my mouth, he's ignorant Nya." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he snorted and narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, "Headmaster Chen, no matter how valley head Nya treats you, that's your business. How you talk about him or scold him elsewhere is also your business. But valley head Nya treats me well. If you speak rudely in front of me, then it's my business. I don't need to listen anymore." Chen Fengxiao was taken aback. This was truly the first time in many years that someone had spoken in such a manner in front of him. Moreover, it was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley whom he hated the most. His expression involuntarily changed and his eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of him and did not retreat. She only looked at him indifferently without any expression in her eyes. When Qiu Weiqing saw this, he secretly complained in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua's background was unknown. Perhaps it was a trap waiting for Chen Fengxiao to step into it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua did not have any ill intentions, yes, that was all the more reason not to have internal strife. Therefore, Qiu Weiqing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But at this moment, Chen Fengxiao's expression changed and he laughed loudly, "Little brother, you're very kind. This is the first time someone has spoken well of Rejuvenation Valley in front of me. No matter, I feel that the enmity between me and Rejuvenation Valley is worth befriending based on little brother's magnanimity." Chen Fengxiao's words had already changed Rejuvenation Valley from Nya Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood and said with a smile, "Head Keeper Chen is also a straightforward person. I wonder why you haven't been able to let go of Rejuvenation Valley after all these years." When Chen Fengxiao heard this, he raised his head to look at the boundless sea of clouds in the sky and said, "Although many years have passed and you've understood many things, how can you let go so easily? The matter of being bullied at Rejuvenation Valley is only a small part of it." Then, he slowly said, "When I was young, I was not a medicine boy at Rejuvenation Valley. My mother and I lived in a mountain village far away from Worry City. Although our family was poor, it was very warm. When I was 6 years old, I met Rejuvenation Valley who went to the mountain village to look for talented medicine boys. At that time, Commander Nya was still very young. When he saw me, he thought that my talent was very good and could be sent to the Church of Spreading Fragrance as a medicine boy. However, I was unwilling to leave my mother and did not agree to go to Rejuvenation Valley with him. Thus, Commander Nya deceived my mother and told her of many good prospects. He was even willing to bring my mother to Rejuvenation Valley to learn the art of medicinal herbs with me. How could my mother know so much? She only wanted me to have a good future. When she heard Commander Nya's extravagant words, she agreed to come with me to Rejuvenation Valley. Later, I became familiar with the other medicine boys at Rejuvenation Valley. I knew that as long as I went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, I would not be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, I did not agree and was unwilling to leave my mother. When my mother heard that I might not be able to return, she was also hesitant. However, at that time, Commander Nya deceived us. If we went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, as long as we did well and practiced martial arts, we would be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Although my mother was still reluctant, she didn't want me to lose this good opportunity to stand out. So, she nodded and agreed. Moreover, she severely punished me. She made me kneel in the courtyard and reflect on my mistakes. She didn't want me to have any bad thoughts anymore. Thus, I did my best to learn about medicinal herbs and wanted to perform well in the Church of Spreading Fragrance. However, when I arrived at the pill hall, I realized how difficult it was to leave the Church of Spreading Fragrance. From then on, I was never able to see my mother, even once. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. Chapter 539. In the beginning, Chen Fengxiao spoke tirelessly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to others. But in the end, when he talked about her mother, he did not hide his feelings. There was a look in his eyes that made it difficult to look back on the past. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She thought of her mother who was far away in the Guizhuang house. Even if she successfully found her second brother, it would still be 2 years before she could leave the cult of fragrance. She did not know how worried her mother would be. Chen Fengxiao continued, I was young at that time and believed the promise of the Rejuvenation Valley. I thought that with my intelligence and diligence, I could quickly leave the cult of fragrance. Sigh, I was so stupid. I knew that there were not tens of thousands of medicine apprentices who left the Rejuvenation Valley, but who could return to the Rejuvenation Valley? I only thought that in this world, as long as you had the ability, everything would be fine. Who knew that not everyone in this world was born equal? I only knew that I had to first become an outer disciple to qualify for the assessment. As long as I passed the assessment, I would have the right to roam the Jianghu. So I farmed and practiced martial arts. But how could I know that martial arts were practiced from a young age? No matter how hard I worked, I could not catch up to the standard of an outer disciple. Moreover, I was homesick and my martial arts were not great. I wanted to pass the assessment. Who knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall? In the end, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to feel when she heard this. Valley Head Nya of the Rejuvenation Valley was really good to her. It was all thanks to Valley Head Nya that she was able to enter the cult of fragrance. But after all, no one was perfect. After hearing Chen Fengxiao's experience, Valley Head Nya did not do the right thing. Of course, from another perspective, to be able to become a medicine apprentice in the cult of fragrance, not only did she not have to worry about food and water, but she could also practice martial arts. For an orphan and a widow, it was an extremely bright future. Sigh, Chen Fengxiao did not want this future. He only wanted to be with his mother. This kind of lawsuit, who could say for sure? When Qiu Weiqing saw that Chen Fengxiao had finished speaking, he asked, Brother Ren, since Headmaster Chen has already explained the reason, shouldn't you say something too? Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him. She only asked softly, then there was no news of Nyangqin after that? Chen Fengxiao smiled bitterly. What news could there be? At first, I was still young and didn't carry much weight, so Yang Yao didn't pay any attention to me. I begged him countless times, wanting to know a little bit about my mother, but he didn't agree. He only said that it was the sect's rules and he didn't dare to go against them. Later on, when I gained some reputation, I failed to become an outer disciple and refused to be disciplined by the hall, so I was sent to Tianmu Peak. Only then did that guy start to pay attention to me. He only brought me one piece of news, and that was about my mother, Sai, news that she died of depression. Sai, actually, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Chen Fengxiao to say it. Otherwise, Chen Fengxiao wouldn't have vented his anger on Rejuvenation Valley. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, since Headmaster Chen didn't treat me as an outsider and told me the whole story, I naturally can't hide anything. Actually, Valley Head Nya and I aren't relatives. I only have some friendship with his daughter, Nya Qianyu. Of course, this friendship isn't what it looks like on the surface. You may have the opportunity to know about this tonight. What I need to say again is that I really won't get involved in the feud between Headmaster Chen and Rejuvenation Valley. I don't have the right to do so. I only came to the incense religion to learn more about alchemy and planting. Moreover, I have the same thoughts as Headmaster Chen in the past. I don't plan to stay in the incense religion forever. I will also walk the same path as Headmaster Chen in the past. Zhang Xiaohua came to the incense religion under the guise of Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law. Presumably, Yang Yao wanted to report to the Hall Master of Pill Expansion Hall. Chen Fengxiao had a certain amount of influence in the Pill Expansion Hall, so he should be able to find out a thing or two. She didn't need to hide it, but she wasn't a real son-in-law after all. She couldn't deny it either. She could only vaguely explain and express her attitude that she wouldn't get involved in the feud between Rejuvenation Valley and Chen Fengxiao. As for Zhang Xiaohua wanting to enter the outer sect and pass the test to return to Jianghu, that was something she would do in the future. She definitely couldn't hide it from others. Moreover, if Chen Fengxiao could break through the outer sect and return to Jianghu, why couldn't she, Zhang Xiaohua, do the same. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua made it clear. On the one hand, she wanted to tell Chen Fengxiao that she was just a passerby of the pill expansion hall. She had no interest in his Tianmu Peak and didn't want to replace him to manage the grass division. She just wanted to farm peacefully and he didn't need to worry about her. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Chen Fengxiao about her background and win his favor. She wanted to ask him for advice on breaking through the outer sect in the future. She even wanted to make use of Chen Fengxiao's influence to help her find her second brother. When Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing heard this short sentence, they were shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't explicitly state her relationship with Valley Head Nya, but since she pointed out Nye Qianyu, it was most likely related to love. They were all experienced people, how could they not know? What surprised them the most was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide it from them and told them her purpose in coming to the incense religion. It wasn't that there weren't people in Jianghu who wanted to go to a higher-level sect to study and practice, but there were absolutely no people who wanted to come to the incense religion. This was a path of no return. However, they immediately understood the mystery. Since it was Valley Head Nye's request, based on the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense religion, they might be able to make an exception. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was so young that she could compete with Chen Fengxiao. Others didn't know the strength of an outer sect disciple, but Chen Fengxiao was very clear. His martial arts were comparable to an ordinary outer sect disciple. If she was given a few more years to pass the outer sect examination and roam Jianghu, she would definitely be able to do it. Comparisons are odious. Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Chen Feng smiled and stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, then said sincerely, "Little brother, since you said so, then I'll also tell you. Last night, I thought about a lot of things and wanted to set you up. On the way here with junior brother Qiu, we were discussing how to deal with our relationship. Since little brother is so sincere, then I can't refuse. If little brother needs anything from me in the future, just say the word, and I will do my best to help." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Then I will thank Head Chen first. In the future, there will definitely be many things that I will need your help with." Chen Fengxiao waved his hand. "We are all brothers, don't be so polite." Only Qiu Weiqing frowned slightly. He looked at Chen Fengxiao and immediately put on a smile. "That's right, Brother Ren. In the future, if there is anything that you need, our Tianmu Peak's grass department, pill department will be your support." Pill department? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Qiu Weiqing smiled. "Brother Ren, you are weird. Actually, there is a lot of friction between the pill department and the grass department. But after all, they both belong to the pill expanding hall. Regardless of whether it is Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras of the pill department or the 6 great Luohan of the grass department, they are all good brothers who failed to break into the outer sect under Head Chen's guidance." Okay. Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "You make it sound like I am a hero. However, I am defeated by the outer sect disciples and cannot be compared to Lu Lihong. In the future, it will depend on little brother's performance." Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This was the second time he heard this name. He opened his mouth and was about to ask when Qiu Weiqing interrupted. "Head Chen is right. The new generation will replace the old. In the future, it will depend on little brother Ren." Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. "Forget it, let's talk about serious matters. Junior Qiu, tell little brother about the current strength of the pill department and grass department so that he will know." Qiu Weiqing nodded in agreement. He cleared his throat and said, "The battle between the grass department and the pill department is usually attended by Head Chen, Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras and the 6 great Luohan. Because the grass department is not strong enough, sometimes we have to let the grass department disciples with average martial arts participate. Actually, just by looking at the number of people, we can see that the grass department is at a disadvantage. However, among the 18 people, only Head Chen's martial arts are better than theirs. The rest are of the same level." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "If there are only 7 rounds, we should be able to gain the upper hand." Qiao Wei-cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua unhappily and said, if little brother Ren can think of it, the pill department will naturally be able to think of it too. However, in this battle between the pill department and the grass department, there has to be a winner in every round. Our brothers from the grass department were invited by Head Chen from other peaks. Furthermore, to be honest, their level of martial arts is not very good. The best of them is only around the middle level of the pill department. Therefore, in every battle, the pill department wins the most and we lose the most. Therefore, the pockets of our brothers from the grass department are empty. We don't even have any pills. Even when we eat in the dining hall, we can't stand straight. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, if little brother Ren didn't go to the dining hall yesterday, you wouldn't have been bullied by Qingshi from the pill department. No one from the grass department stood up for you. Qiao Wei-cheng continued, the good thing is that the number of people participating in the battle is fixed. However, the order of the battles is kept a secret. It is only announced before the start of each battle. Therefore, there are times when our disciples can win a few rounds. Zhang Xiaohua understood. It was because of this that the grass department was able to hold on, that the battle was interesting. Therefore, she asked, then for the battle this afternoon, what is Head Chen's plan? Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, isn't it because we want to see little brother Ren's level of martial arts? Only then can we make a decision and give the pill department a surprise. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, this is my first time here. I will listen to Head Chen's instructions. Everything can be discussed. Recommend me. Chapter 540. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chen Fengxiao was elated. He nodded and said, since you have said so, I will not decline. Please come closer. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and listened to Chen Fengxiao explain the arrangements in a low voice. After hearing Chen Fengxiao's arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua had a strange look on her face. She asked curiously, Head Chen, your arrangements are indeed marvelous, but yesterday Wu Dalong, without waiting for Chen Fengxiao to speak, Qiao Wei-cheng interrupted, Head Chen, everyone says that I am the strategist of the grass division of Tianmu Peak. Only today did I know that you are the real brains of the grass division. The flattery brought Chen Fengxiao out of his gloominess and a smile appeared on his face. Qiao Wei-cheng saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not quite understand. He smiled and said, little brother, think about it. Yesterday in the dining hall, although all the conflicts were caused by little brother, and Wu Dalong from the Dan department also pointed the spearhead of the bet at little brother, have you thought about it? If you were to fight against 10 of the Dan department's 10 great Vajras one by one, would you be willing? That is a tag team battle. Not to mention whether you are the strongest opponents, you would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and disagreed, that may not be the case. Each of these 10 people is worth 50 taels of gold. I can't wait for them to fight me together. Qiao Wei-cheng continued, Brother Ren is a disciple of the grass division and has entrusted Head Chen to arrange everything. Isn't this raising Brother Ren's matter to the grass division? Since it is a battle between the grass division and the pill division, Head Chen's arrangement is reasonable. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua understood and gave a thumbs up, Head Chen is indeed amazing. I believe that Wu Dalong is racking his brains on who will fight in the afternoon. No, Chen Fengxiao shook his head and laughed, that is not racking his brains, that is being overwrought. Zhang Xiaohua and Qiao Wei-cheng heard and laughed, yes. That's right. Usually, when the pill department and the grass department fought, the stakes were always pills. Although these things were hard currency, the pill department was in charge of refining pills. Wouldn't everyone have some pills in their hands? Even though he had won some herbs from the grass division, they were only materials for refining pills, so they weren't that attractive. But this time, the prize for the bet was actually a golden leaf. Not to mention going up on stage, just listening to it was enough to make him drool to the ground. When the 10 great guardian deities heard that the gambling match was going to start this afternoon and that Zhang Xiaohua was going to fight, they all came to Wu Dalong's hall early in the morning to fight for the opportunity to be the first to fight. Qingshi opened his mouth and complained, Dalong, please give me a chance. You didn't see how miserable I was yesterday. Oh, right, my mouth is still swollen. The 50 taels of gold that I received was taken back by that brat. If you don't let me go up on stage and teach that brat a lesson, how can I swallow this? Wu Dalong was helpless. He stared at Qingshi for a long time and said, weren't you beaten up badly enough yesterday? Why are you still thinking of getting beaten up today? Since you weren't a match for them yesterday, won't you be beaten up today? If you lost yesterday, then so be it. But today, you are representing the pill department. Can you do it? Qingshi patted his chest and said, don't worry, Dalong. Yesterday was just an accident. I didn't expect that brat to dare to hit me. Those people from the grass department have always been bowing and scraping in the dining hall. Who knew that he? Since we are going to fight today, I will do my best. I will definitely win glory for the pill department. Before he finished speaking, a person walked in and pulled him aside. He mocked, how is your martial arts? Why don't I know? If you can succeed, I will naturally have a better chance of beating that brat. Won't I have more confidence if I go up on stage? Don't you think so, Dalong? When Qingshi saw the person who came, he didn't dare to refute. He only said, oh, Brother Jiu is here. Didn't you go down the mountain yesterday? Why are you back so early today? Brother Jiu saw Qingshi and said with a smile, last night, I heard the news that you were beaten up. Which of the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department isn't a person who can do whatever he wants on Tianmu Peak? A brat from the grass department actually dared to touch a tiger's butt. How can Brother Jiu not stand up for you? Just you wait and see how I deal with him. Qingshi's face was bitter. Didn't he come early in the morning to block the door of Wuzhou ruins so that he could get the spot to go up on stage without anyone knowing? Since Brother Jiu who went out had returned, there was no need to talk about the others. He could only turn his head and say, Dalong, since Brother Jiu is willing to stand up for me, then I won't dare to snatch this opportunity from Brother Jiu. But I was injured yesterday. The golden leaves that Brother Jiu obtained. Can you consider giving me some? Before Wu Dalong could say anything, another voice came from outside the door, Brother Jiu, you're wrong. Since it's a gambling fight, the prize should belong to the person who goes up on stage. As for your injuries, you can use elixirs to make up for them. The three of them raised their heads. The person who came in was Brother Jiu of the 10 great guardian deities. Brother Jiu looked at Brother Jiu and Qingshi, cupped his hands and said, you two brothers are really early. I thought I was the first to come. When the two of them saw him come in, they naturally knew what was going on. They returned the greeting in a bad mood. Brother Jiu said to Wuzhou ruins, Dalong, the person for the gambling fight with that brat from the grass division hasn't been decided yet. If the two of them go up, how can it be safer than if I go up? You should let me go up. Looking at Brother Jiu who rushed over, Wuzhou ruins' face was expressionless. He said weakly, forget it. Don't argue for now. Let's discuss again when your brothers are here. Sure enough, not long after, the 10 great guardian deities of the pill division, who usually only appeared at noon, all appeared in the hall. The 10 of them looked at each other and chuckled. They didn't say anything else. They found chairs and sat down, quietly waiting for Wuzhou ruins to speak. Just as Chen Fengshao said, Wuzhou ruins was indeed in a terrible fix. If they let Qingshi go up on stage, although it would be justified, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. The possibility of him being kicked out was higher. However, if they let the boss who had the greatest confidence go up on stage, the other 8 great guardian deities would also be dissatisfied. Nonsense. That was 50 taels of gold. It wasn't an ordinary elixir. Looking at the 10 great guardian deities sitting in 2 rows below him, then looking at the desire in their eyes and the enmity in their eyes, Wuzhou ruins smiled bitterly, this Jin Zi is really a bastard. After thinking for a moment, Wuzhou ruins couldn't think of a good idea. It was obvious that whoever went up would offend the others. He could only clear his throat and say, "Brothers, I know why everyone is here today. There's no need to say anything. I can't tell who's going up and who's not. Let's do the same as before. Let's draw lots." Everyone looked at each other. The boss stood up first and said, "Dalong, we used to draw lots. This is too unoriginal. Moreover, this kid from the grass division actually dared to slap our pill division on the face on his first day here. We must regain our face. In this first round, we must show our imposing manner, show our might, show our spirit. Therefore, I think that we must send someone who we have absolute confidence in. Only then can we let that kid know the power of our pill division. What do you think?" Before Wu Zhou Ruins could say anything, the second brother beside him was dissatisfied. He jumped out and said, "Don't worry, big brother. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let second brother do this. I'm also very confident. Really, I've practiced a few special skills these few days. It's just nice to let that kid see how powerful I am." The boss smiled and said, "Second brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. This first round concerns the face of our pill division. Why don't you show me your special skills first, then we'll talk about going up on stage." How could second brother back down? He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Then let Dalong see who's the most suitable." Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Wu Zhoushu shouted, "Sit down. I haven't finished speaking. What's the matter? Isn't it just 50 taels of gold? Look at all of you. You only have gold in your eyes. Don't you have brothers?" Hee hee. The two of them laughed and sat down. Third brother and the others also wanted to speak. Wu Zhoushu quickly raised his hand and said, "Stop, all of you stop. Let me finish." Everyone could only sit down. Wu Zhoushu said, "I know that everyone wants to contribute to our pill division. But after all, this first round is very important. I've already chosen someone who has absolute confidence in." Hearing this, the boss puffed out his chest and said, "Then let's do as Dalong says. I'll definitely support Dalong." Everyone shushed him. Wu Zhoushu said again, "But since everyone wants to be the first to go on stage, and our pill division is very democratic, I've decided to draw lots for the first round." Seeing that everyone was about to speak again, he quickly waved his hand and said, "But for this drawing of lots, we'll take the first round. We'll talk about the other 9 rounds separately." Everyone was stunned. Then, they muttered in their hearts, "What's the difference between this and taking all 10 rounds together?" Seeing that no one spoke, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Since everyone doesn't object, then it's decided. However, there's one more thing. The first round's prize is 50 taels of gold. I know that some of us don't have enough elixirs. If it's a normal day, our pill division can help pay for it. But not today. If anyone doesn't have enough elixirs, say it now. Don't lose when the time comes and you can't take it out." A few of the 10 people were dumbfounded. In the past, they had the support of the pill division. Even if they didn't have enough elixirs, they could still go on stage. Today. But after a long while, no one withdrew. Wu Zhoushu could only say, "Qingshi, you go and prepare the drawing of lots." Not long after, Qingshi brought the rolled-up paper and said, "Dalong, there's only one with ink in it. Whoever draws it will get it." Okay. Wu Zhoushu took the paper and counted it carefully. He frowned and asked, "Why did you only draw 10 lots?" Chapter 541. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Qingshi counted left and right and said, "Dalang, isn't it just 10 people?" Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Since there are only 10 lots, that's good. Since old man had already fought with the grass division kid yesterday, let me have this chance. Furthermore, you were the one who drew the lots. If you continue to draw the lots, it will be hard to avoid suspicion. You can just stand aside and watch." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. No wonder the drawing of lots this time was different from the previous times. There was actually this layer of reason. When Chen Shi heard this, he was very dissatisfied and muttered, "De Lang, you are competing with the people for benefits. This is not what a superior person would do." Wu Zhouxiu smiled embarrassedly and said embarrassedly, "The landlord doesn't have any extra food." Bang! With a few sounds, everyone fell from their chairs. Before they fell, they all had the same thought, "Luckily I came to find him. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate would have been taken by him alone." Not to mention that the people of the pill division were fighting until their heads were broken and bleeding because they were the first to fight against Zhang Xiaohua. Beside the cliff of Tianmu Peak, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing chatted with Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Then, Chen Fengxiao gave Qiu Weiqing a look. Qiu Weiqing knew that the headmaster had something private to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and said, "I've talked with Brother Ren for half a day and also sat on the grass for half a day. Headmaster Chen, please accompany Brother Ren while I call the brothers over to clean up this small courtyard. No matter what Brother Ren thinks, he should still stay in this small courtyard for the next few days of the battle." After he finished speaking, he stood up and cupped his hands and left. After Qiu Weiqing had walked far away, Chen Feng smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He asked hesitantly, "Little brother, although you did not explicitly state your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but based on your martial arts and what you said yesterday, that you seem to know how to refine pills, I know that your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley must be very close. I believe what little brother said just now, that you will not care about my grudge with Rejuvenation Valley. However, I still want to ask, does little brother really know how to refine pills?" Zhang Xiaohua thought he wanted to ask about her relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but he suddenly changed the topic and asked if she knew how to refine pills. Connecting it to Chen Fengxiao's expression when he heard that she knew how to refine pills yesterday, she couldn't help but start. She asked curiously, "Is the art of refining pills very rare? Our Tianmu Peak has so many disciples from the pill department. Don't they all know how to concoct pills? They all know how to refine pills?" Chen Feng sneered, "You think too highly of this group of disciples." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Aren't the disciples of the pill department supposed to refine pills? How can they not be? Chen Fengxiao looked at the white clouds in the distance and said disappointedly, "If they refine pills like Rejuvenation Valley, then some of them can be considered to know how to refine pills." You've also seen Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room? Chen Fengxiao was even more surprised than her. You're a medicine boy chosen by Rejuvenation Valley, but you don't even know this? Although the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley don't need to refine pills, they must know the steps of refining pills. However, they don't teach the specifics of how to do it. Thus, they must be in Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room to observe pill refining. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and didn't explain. Chen Fengxiao didn't pursue the matter and continued, "Anyway, I was filled with longing for pill refining back then. I thought that I could learn pill refining after coming to the Cult of Fragrance. Unfortunately, I only found out after coming here that only the disciples of the pill department in the Cult of Fragrance can come into contact with pill refining. We of the grass department can only grow medicinal herbs. We can't even enter the pill refining room." "Ah! You can't even enter the pill refining room?" Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. "Yes, that's right. Every disciple of the Cult of Fragrance has their own duties and is forbidden from secretly learning other disciples' things." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Tianmu Peak is Headmaster Chen's territory. I don't believe that Headmaster Chen hasn't even been to the pill refining room of the pill department." Chen Fengxiao didn't hide his smile and nodded. "That was my original plan. I wanted to secretly learn from the pill refining room of the pill department. However, when I saw the refining methods of the pill department's consecrators, I no longer wanted to learn pill refining from the disciples of the pill department." Why is that?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. She was already on the alert. "Let's talk about the pill refining methods of the pill department first. Not all of the disciples of the pill department on Tianmu Peak refine pills. Some clean and classify medicinal herbs, some refine pills. Only a small portion of them refine pills, clean medicinal herbs. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. The pill department of the pill spreading hall seemed to have similar refining methods to the Rejuvenation Valley. That's right. Only a small portion of the disciples refine pills. Moreover, their refining methods are the same as the Rejuvenation Valleys. In addition to these disciples, there are several pill spreading halls consecrators. They were either eliminated from the inner sex pill refining selection or they were too old to be qualified for the inner sex pill refining. Thus, they came to the pill spreading hall to enjoy their remaining years. However, their refining methods are beyond the reach of the Rejuvenation Valley. It is said to be the legendary true refining of pills. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought, it seems that the cult of fragrance is indeed powerful. I only learned the method of imitating vital qi from the alliance of righteous sects after learning the method of enchanting finger from the alliance of righteous sects. Presumably, the cult of fragrance also has this method. It's just that these consecrators don't accept disciples. I only saw it from afar and realized how shallow the refining methods of the pill department are. Thus, I gave up the idea of learning. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then the hard currency in the pill department is, naturally, it's the pills refined by the consecrators. How can the pills refined by the pill department be used for circulation? Moreover, these consecrators are free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. If they don't have a good relationship with us, they may not be as comfortable as they are now. Thus, they are willing to turn a blind eye. Alas, although these consecrators are more powerful than the disciples of the pill department, their refining rate is still very low. They can't be compared to the inner sex refining. I heard that the inner sex refining rate is already 60%. Refining rate? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had seen this term in the jade slip before, but he had never understood it. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but ask. And, that's right. The refining rate of the pill department's consecrators is usually 30%. It's far from being comparable to the inner sect disciples. Thus, we don't dare to cut off the flow. Oh, right, little brother, what's the refining rate? Chen Fengxiao didn't suspect anything and asked casually. Oh, it's only 10 to 20%. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to say too much. Since the refining rate was low, he could just continue. Chen Fengxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, it's already not bad. Very good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. Only now did he understand that Chen Fengxiao was testing him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Headmaster Chen has good intentions. How do you know that I can refine pills like the consecrators of the pill department? Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao seemed to be very happy. He said, last night, little brother said that you can refine pills. I've been thinking about it. Rejuvenation Valley's Nye Shui has been trying to understand the secrets of the ancient refining method for decades. This guy is extremely intelligent and won't give up until he achieves his goal. He must have already caused some trouble. Moreover, little brother's martial arts is exactly what the ancient refining method requires. Thus, I took the risk to try. Zhang Xiaohua secretly cursed. He only said, Headmaster Chen has seen through me. I only said that I can use water to refine pills. Who knew that Headmaster Chen has discerning eyes? I can't hide it from you. Ha, Chen Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, this is our grass department's secret. Remember, little brother, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, there will be trouble that you can't imagine. Zhang Xiaohua thought, what kind of trouble can there be? It's just letting the upper echelons of the pill hall know and moving me from Tianmu Peak to Bayou Peak. You won't be able to get any benefits. However, if I go to Bayou Peak, won't I become the focus of everyone's attention? Not to mention that I have to refine pills for the pill hall every day, I can't even fill my own pockets. Who has the patience to work for them? Furthermore, at that time, won't I be watched closely? Even if I want to look for second brother, it won't be possible. Since you want to keep it a secret and keep me at Tianmu Peak, Don't you know that I also want to keep it a secret and use Tianmu Peak as a cover? Aren't we thinking of the same thing? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm most afraid of trouble. Headmaster Chen, please bear with me. Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded, little brother, don't worry. Since you want to stay at Tianmu Peak, I will do my best to satisfy your request. I won't let you regret your choice today. As they were talking, Qiu Wei-cheng brought over 10 strong disciples and gave them some instructions. He then let them go to the small courtyard and walked to the cliff. He cupped his hands and said, little brother, there's nothing important in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, just some gold leaves. Nothing else. Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei-cheng both laughed and said, these gold leaves will cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, how would I know that someone would take my bag? If there's anyone to blame, it's Cheng Shi. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, little brother, don't be too nervous. With me here at Tianmu Peak, they won't dare to do anything ugly. At most, they'll use a bet to lure you to lose the gold leaves to them. Then I'm relieved. Just this bet, I'll take the gold leaves. Even if there are more in the future, just the pills will be enough. Chen Fengxiao smiled and looked at Qiu Wei-cheng and said, okay, the matter has been explained clearly. Little brother, you should prepare. Although you don't have to fight in the afternoon, you should rest well and put on a show for them. Qiu Wei-cheng cupped his hands and said, then we'll take our leave. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, after the two of you leave, I'll stay here and watch the clouds rise and fall. Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei-cheng walked very far away. Qiu Wei-cheng turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already out of sight. He frowned and said, Headmaster Chen, why is this guy not being honest? You've already told him the truth. Why is he still hiding it? Is there something fishy going on? Chen Fengxiao also laughed coldly and said, since he's come to our Tianmu Peak, even if he's a strong dragon, we'll turn him into a loach. No matter what his background is, he's just a relative of that old man Nye. From his tone, he's probably in cahoots with that old man Nye's daughter. We've dealt with more than 1 or 2 people from Rejuvenation Valley. Today, we've finally caught a big fish. Please vote, vote, vote. If you want to know what's going to happen, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 542. Qiu Wei-cheng smacked his lips and laughed, yes, head leader Chen, this is a few hundred taels of gold leaves. Even I am envious of it. Chen Feng laughed coldly, gold leaves are just pleasing to the eye, but what use do they have in the incense order? Even if I give you all the gold leaves, will you be able to sleep at night? This. Qiu Wei-cheng did not know how to answer, but he was still unwilling, this is hard to say. If I did not know, then so be it. But now that I know, I can't get a share of it. Does head leader Chen not want to get a share? Chen Feng laughed and waved his hand, we are all brothers of the grass division, how do you expect me to do it? Let's see the news from the pill-spreading hall first. Also, let's see how this guy's martial arts are. It seems that head leader Chen does not believe this guy's words. Believe? That's strange. Chen Feng laughed and curled his lips, he is just a young man in his teens, and not from any famous sect. Who knows better than me what the people of Rejuvenation Valley are like? Even that old man Nye may not be my match, how can he be my match? I can only fend off 2 Chengshi, but he can deal with 3. He's really bragging without fear of losing his teeth. You are wise, head leader. However, since he is able to deal with 2 Chengshis, he can be considered as one of the top few in our Tianmu Peak. Therefore, he is still useful. Let him stay here for a while. After a long time, we will find out more about him. Alright, let's do as head leader says. Let's discuss the order of the battle. Well, actually, there's nothing much to say. the pill department will definitely send the Jin gang to fight. Let's just do as we discussed when we came here. I want to see how good he is. Anyway, we'll arrange 3 gambling fights for this guy. This way, we can cover Wu Dalong's mouth. Head leader, aren't 3 battles too many? Even you can only fight 3 rounds at most. Normally, 2 rounds are enough. Chen Feng laughed and waved his hand, no problem. Didn't that guy say he can handle 3 Qingshi? 3 battles are just right. Then which match should we bet on? Hehe, do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm betting on this guy for the first round. I don't have any confidence in the other 2 rounds, so don't bet. Let the brothers play. Oh, I know. The 2 of them slowly walked into the courtyard as they talked. As they walked further and further away, a head suddenly appeared under a tree. He looked at them from afar and was a little confused. Which match? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua returned to the side of the cliff and gazed at the misty mountain range. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Chen Fengxiao looks very straightforward on the surface, as if he's very concerned about me, but he's still secretly on his guard. He even has some intentions of controlling me. Isn't it just concocting pills? I'll just concoct pills for you. Why would I be afraid of you? Not to mention the 3 of you, even if all of you came, wouldn't this young master still move a few more times? I'd like to see what powerful means you have that can surprise me. Not long after, a few disciples who were cleaning up the courtyard came over and asked her to check. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it and waved her hand to let them go. The dozen or so disciples didn't feel unhappy. Their eyes were full of envy when they looked at those people, as if their treatment made them jealous. Returning to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the courtyard under the warm sunlight. Immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the way of heaven, it was only at this moment that she felt that her life hadn't been lost in vain. In the blink of an eye, the sun had already risen. Sitting in the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and saw Bai Huan walking over from outside the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and got up to return to the house. She sat on the chair and waited for the arrival of this senior brother Bai. Not long after, she heard Bai Huan shouting outside, "Junior brother Ren, are you in the courtyard?" Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, "Yes, senior brother Bai." "Come in, why are you so polite?" Bai Huan entered the courtyard and said, "Junior brother, you don't know." In the morning, Headmaster Chen had already announced to the brothers of the grass division that if you don't agree, you can't enter this small courtyard. I don't want to be polite with you, but I can't not listen to Headmaster's arrangements. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and smiled, "I see. Then I'll have to trouble you to shout before you come in." "It's nothing," Bai Huan said, looking around. "Junior brother, I don't want to criticize you, but what's so good about this place? It's so far away from anywhere. Why don't you move back and live with us?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's just a temporary residence. Let's talk about it later." "That's right, I knew Headmaster wouldn't leave you here. This place is quiet during the day, but at night, it's..." Then, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, "I also know that you're here for the safety of the Golden Leaf. After this battle, I'm sure no one will have any ideas about the Golden Leaf anymore, right?" How would I know that? Maybe there will be more people." "Ahem, junior brother Ren, let's not talk too much. Headmaster asked me to call you. The battle is about to start and they're waiting for you. Oh right, you still have to bring this bag with you." After saying that, he looked at the big bag on the table with great envy. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this big bag was Chen Fengxiao's bait. How could she not take it? So, she walked to the front, picked it up and said, "Senior brother Bai, please lead the way." The place of the battle seemed not to be in the yard. Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua to walk along the mountain road outside the yard. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and could not help asking, "Senior brother Bai, I have something to ask." Bai Huan asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "You wanted to ask yesterday." Just say it. Zhang Xiaohua said, I want to ask senior brother Bai, what is the meaning of the elixir success rate? Bai Huan asked curiously, the elixir success rate is used by the elixir department to refine elixirs. How do you know it? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, in the morning, headmaster said that the elixir success rate of several executives of the elixir department was extremely high. I didn't quite understand and didn't dare to ask more. Senior brother Bai, you've been in our pill expanding hall for many years, so you naturally know it. Of course, there's nothing in this pill expanding hall that I don't know. Bai Huan said proudly, as the name suggests, the elixir success rate is the probability of refining elixirs successfully. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, is there a time when refining elixirs is unsuccessful? Of course, the most important thing in refining elixirs is to control the temperature of the furnace. If you're not careful, all the herbs in the furnace will turn into ashes. Moreover, the time of adding the herbs and the proportion of the mixture will also affect the refining of the elixir. Many times, the elixir produced will have no effect or very poor effect, which is also a failure. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua looked thoughtful and said to herself, it turns out that the executives of the pill expanding hall only have a 50% chance of success when refining elixirs. I haven't failed yet. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail was raised quietly again. Then, what about the disciples of our elixir department? Their elixir success rate? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again. Humph, Bai Huan snorted and said, they don't have any elixir success rate. Look at their arrogant faces, they think that only the elixir department can refine elixirs in the whole pill expanding hall. They just boil the elixirs. Even I can do it. Who can't? That's right. I didn't like them when I came to the dining room yesterday. They all had their noses in the air. Our brothers of the grass department are more low-key. They are the real capable ones. Zhang Xiaohua's little flattery made Bai Huan feel very comfortable. She increasingly felt that this little junior brother was pleasing to the eye. As expected, the place of the gambling fight was not in the yard, but on another vast lawn. At this moment, hundreds of people were sitting on the lawn. They were divided into two groups and surrounded the open space in the middle. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the whole messy place immediately became silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. Ahem, no, they were staring at the huge bag in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously wrapped her arms around the bag and held it in her arms. At this time, everyone reluctantly moved their eyes away and whispered to each other in an instant. Bai Huan familiarly led Zhang Xiaohua to the left side of the open space. There were already a few people who looked very strong sitting on the ground casually. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they didn't get up. Bai Huan had to take Zhang Xiaohua to them and introduce them to Zhang Xiaohua one by one. They were the 6 great arhats of the grass department. Those people looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua also snorted a few times and just nodded like them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, several so-called arhats frowned slightly and expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Bai Huan panicked and quietly poked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and just pretended not to see it. Chapter 543. When the disciples below the stage heard the announcement, they all jumped up and cheered loudly as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the front, jumped from the excitement and was instantly drowned in the sea of cheers. Looking at the disciples around her in a very terrifying manner, Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly, people with no aspirations are truly pitiful. It's just a simple gambling fight and they're already so happy. If there's a cheerleading squad, before she could form her thoughts, she saw a dozen or so disciples dressed in martial attire scurry out from the shadows. Some were empty-handed, some were holding swords, some were holding sabers, and a few were holding wooden sticks that were as tall as eyebrows. When they walked to different positions in the open space, they cupped their hands in salute to the surroundings. They were like entertainers in the Jianghu, performing a routine that looked impressive but was useless. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's train of thought stopped and her mouth almost couldn't close. This gambling fight was a bit too gaudy. However, when she saw the acrobatic disciples, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the entertainer she'd saved in Lu Town called Chu Zhigao. This person seemed to know a bit about pills and had given her a shabby pill recipe that seemed to be recorded on silk. What was its name again? At that time, she'd only just come into contact with the art of pill refinement and didn't know the meaning behind it. She'd long forgotten the name of the pill and just casually tossed it into her clothes. Later, when she received the money pouch, she threw it into the space and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Now that she'd made some small progress in pill refinement, she should take it out and have a look when she had time. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. That's right, this Chu Zhigao seemed to live in Dragon Mountain. She'd never heard of this place before. She'd forgotten to ask Nye Qianyu when she was in Rejuvenation Valley. Otherwise, if she had time, she could pay a visit. Perhaps there would be some opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's hand couldn't help but touch the money pouch in her clothes. Not long after, the performers bowed and left the stage. The audience cheered again, but this cheering caused Zhang Xiaohua to look at them with disdain. "Sigh, why don't you read more books about medicinal herbs when you have nothing better to do? It's good to have some self-restraint. Wasting your youth here for no reason, it's so sad." At this moment, Wu Zhoushu gestured with his hands and raised his voice. "All right, the highly anticipated battle between the Pill Division and the Grass Division of Tianmu Peak will now officially begin. Everyone, I believe everyone already knew this morning. Oh, perhaps many of the senior and junior brothers already received the news last night. This battle will not be the same as usual. Why do I say so? To be specific, there are two differences. First, the brothers of the Grass Division have new blood. Just yesterday, yes, to be specific, last night, the Grass Division gained a new fierce general. He is Ren Xiaoyao. Come, junior brother Ren, please rise and let the disciples admire your might." After he finished speaking, he gestured towards Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely helpless. This young master wants to keep a low profile. With your introduction, I still have to lower my head. Also, admire, why does this phrase sound so awkward? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed to the surrounding disciples. Immediately, the Grass Division people cheered, while the Pill Division people booed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua sit down, Wu Zhoushu said again, "Yesterday, when junior brother Ren came, he had a good fight with our Pill Division's Qingshi. Of course, we are all hot-blooded men. We pay attention to the principle of no discord, no concord. Last night, although our Pill Division's Qingshi suffered a small loss at the hands of junior brother Ren, Qingshi has already told me in private. He said that junior brother Ren is a good brother, a true man." At the side, Qingshi had a toothache expression as he muttered in his heart, "De Lang is too good at deceiving people. When did I open my heart to him? When did I reach such a noble state?" Good, the Grass Division and Pill Division disciples cheered. No one knew why the Pill Division disciples were cheering. Were they cheering for Zhang Xiaohua for teaching Qingshi a lesson? Wu Zhoushu liked this kind of atmosphere very much. He straightened his 5-foot-tall body and took half a step forward. Yesterday, junior apprentice brother Ren said that he would let whoever let him eat vegetables. Whoever took his gold, he would let them have their gold back. I agree with this sentence wholeheartedly. Qingshi offended junior apprentice brother Ren yesterday, there is nothing to say. Bring it over. As he said this, he waved his hand at the disciples of the pill department. A disciple held a tray with a few jade bottles on it and handed it to Wu Zhoushu. Wu Zhoushu took it and showed it to everyone. He said, "Here is a bottle of blood replenishing pill, blood coagulating pill, small bone strengthening pill, and small bone congealing pill." Small bone congealing pill? Zhang Xiaohua was startled and thought, this name sounds very familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the pill recipe that Chu Zhigao gave her earlier? She was just wondering what kind of pill it was. Now that she heard it, it was really a coincidence. However, this was the small bone congealing pill. According to alchemy practice, it should be a replica of the bone congealing pill. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was frowning, Chen Feng, who was at the side, asked with a smile, "Wu Dalong, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Wu Zhouxiu seemed to have known that he would ask this question. He smiled and said, "Does Head Chen think that these 4 bottles of pills are not worth enough?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "That's right. Yesterday, my grass division's junior brother Ren asked for 50 taels of gold." Everyone below the stage was in an uproar. Although they had heard about the amount of gold yesterday, no one believed it. Some said it was only 5 taels of gold, while others said it was 50 taels of silver. In short, everyone felt that the 50 taels of gold was just a rumor. Now that they heard Head Chen and Wu Dalong talk about it face to face, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Wu Zhouxiu was not surprised. He held up the plate with his left hand and said to everyone, "Junior brothers, look at this plate of mine. There are 5 bottles on it. That is to say, there is still a bottle of pills." "What kind of pill is that? It can actually be compared to a few dozen taels of gold." "That's right. Those 4 bottles of pills, if estimated, are worth at most 10 taels of gold." I can't guess. When will our pill division be able to refine such a valuable pill?" Chen Feng frowned. He was only an expert in medicinal herbs and only knew about pills. He really couldn't guess what Wu Dalong was selling in his gourd. He could only smile and say, "Dalong, don't keep us in suspense. Let me see a pill worth a few dozen taels of gold." Wu Zhouxiu smiled proudly and said, "This last bottle contains our fragrance division's famous Yuhuandan pill." Before Chen Feng could say anything, the consecrators sitting behind the table spat out the tea in their mouths. A few of them even stood up in surprise while coughing and said, "Dalong, where did you get the Yuhuandan pill?" Someone pointed at Wu Zhouxiu and scolded, "You prodigal Dalong. This Yuhuandan pill is a sacred medicine for inner disciples to heal their injuries. How can it be exchanged with gold? How can you lose it to someone else?" Chen Feng's face also showed a strange expression, a rare look of greed in his eyes. Seeing everyone like this, Wu Zhouxiu became even more arrogant and said loudly, "Consecrators, brothers, please don't be impatient. Let me finish. If it was the real Yuhuandan pill, I wouldn't be willing to take it out even if you gave me 100 taels of gold. Although this is a Yuhuandan pill, it's a wasted pill refined by an inner sect elder." "Oh, I see." When the consecrators heard this, they sat down once again. They were all cursing in their hearts, "This scoundrel is bad. You should have said earlier that it's a cripple. You've even spat on your clothes. How uncultured." Chen Feng squinted his eyes and listened to Wu Zhouxiu. "Although this pill is wasted, it was refined by an inner sect elder after all. The herbs used are all full-grown and have sufficient healing effects. Even the herbs used are worth a few dozen taels of gold, right?" Then, he said to Chen Feng with a smile, "Head Chen, do you think these 5 bottles of pills are worth 50 taels of gold?" Chen Feng nodded and said, "Dalong's explanation means that even the 5 consecrators agree. I naturally have no objections." Wu Zhouxiu smiled, "That's good. Come, let's invite junior brother Ren to come on stage and take away all these pills, lest you say that the disciples of the Dan department don't keep their words." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chen Feng, who nodded with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua went on stage and took all 5 bottles of pills. She put them in her arms and said, "Dalong is indeed a man of his word. The brothers of the Dan department are good brothers. Let's end yesterday's matter here." "Don't." Wu Zhouxiu quickly stopped her, "Junior brother Ren, this is just the beginning. It's too early to say that it's over." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you go down first. You'll know when you go on stage." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to herself, "This guy still wants to set a trap for Dalong at this time." Then she nodded and walked down. From the stage to the stage, Zhang Xiaohua felt countless gazes were like sharp swords, piercing into the jade bottle in her arms. Nonsense, this was the Yuhuandan pill. Although it was a waste, it was still a treasure. After Zhang Xiaohua left the stage, Wu Zhouxiu said again, that was the first difference. Next, I'll talk about the second difference. That is, in this gambling fight, the prize for the participants of the Dan department and the grass department is 50 taels of gold. It can only be more, not less. Wow, cheers and surprised voices filled the stage again. The gambling fight between the Dan department and the grass department of the Tianmu Peak had been going on for a long time. Usually, the prize was just a few pills, and sometimes even some herbs. It was just for entertainment. Now that they heard Wu Zhouxiu's words, how could they not be excited? It was as if everyone could see the dazzling 50 taels of gold in front of their eyes. Chen Feng and Xiao Weicheng stood beside Wu Zhouxiu without any change in expression. It should have been discussed yesterday. The 5 consecrators beside them also frowned and looked at each other, not knowing if they should speak. At this time, the 5-feet-tall Wu Zhouxiu coughed a few times, cleared his throat and said, "All right, I'll stop talking about the 2 changes. Next, I'll talk about the 4 great disciplines and the 9 precautions." Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Chapter 544. Wu Zhouxiu's speech was like an old granny's foot binding cloth, smelly and long, until all the disciples in the field were drowsy, and the 5 consecrators on the field were dozing off, only then did he end. Wu Zhouxiu said, "All right, my speech ends here, the rest of the time will be handed over to Headmaster Chen." Immediately, the drowsy disciples below the field were energized, the 5 consecrators on the field immediately raised their heads, and clapped at the same time, making Zhang Xiaohua confused. Weren't these people all asleep just now? Why were they still listening? Chen Fengxiao listened, and said loudly, "Thank you Wu Dalong for your brilliant speech, explaining the importance and necessity of this gambling fight in detail. As for me, I don't plan to say much, but on initiative, I would like to add 2 points." Instantly, the disciples below the field returned to their drowsy state, the consecrators on the field also returned to their dozing state. Zhang Xiaohua also looked down, and started to comprehend the rabbit talisman in her Naiwen palace. Not knowing how long had passed, Chen Fengxiao said, "All right, I will stop here. I wish this gambling fight a perfect, smooth, high-quality, high-value ending." All right, everyone in the field returned to their lively and energetic state. Oh my, Zhang Xiaohua understood this time, these people were already used to it. Following that, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu looked at each other, and their eyes shrunk. They took out a brocade pouch, walked to one of the 5 consecrators, and handed the brocade pouch to that person. That old consecrator also stood up solemnly, and stretched out his hand to receive it. Then, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu left the field, and returned to the grass department and Dan department respectively. At this time, a disciple walked over from the side, holding a sealed box in his hand, and placed it on the table in front of the consecrator. The consecrator carefully placed the brocade pouch into the box, looked around, and laughed loudly. "The order of these 10 matches has been decided, please place your bets." Bet? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Chen Fengxiao had already sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, "The prize of the gambling fight is taken out by the 2 participants. Whoever wins will naturally get the prize of the other. However, the disciples outside the field won't get any benefits. Therefore, they have to open a bet for them to take out their elixirs and choose which side to support. If the side they support loses, they won't get their elixirs back. If they win, they can get the elixirs of those who lose." Zhang Xiaohua understood a little, but she immediately asked curiously, "Boss Chen, there are so many people here. Won't it be troublesome to place a bet? Moreover, if I bet that the grass division will win, I will only bet 1 elixir, and the others bet that the pill division will win, everyone will also bet 1 elixir. After the winner is decided, how will the elixirs be divided?" Chen Fengxiao pointed at the many disciples who were running around with cloth bags, paper, and brushes, and said, "Look, these are the disciples who are preparing to record and accept the elixirs. They are all very familiar with this, so there's no need to go through too much trouble. According to what Brother Ren said, if you win, you will win all of the other people's elixirs. However, if you lose, your elixir will be divided equally among the others. As for how to divide equally, we have a set of methods that have been used for a long time, and everyone is very convinced. Zhang Xiaohua understood that the eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. If she was the only one who bet to win, she would definitely lose, and the other people's investment would definitely result in very little results. At this time, looking at the many people who were running down the field, she quickly reached the end of the list of disciples. Presumably, they had finished counting the bets. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked softly, "But, before the list of names for the battle is announced, we don't know who will be fighting who. How can we choose the contestant that we like?" Chen Fengxiao shrugged and said, "If it's not the grass division, then it's the pill division. There are only these two choices. It's up to the heavens." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that this was the only way. If they knew who would be fighting, they would know the level of their martial arts. How could anyone bet that they would definitely lose? Sure enough, after a disciple collected the detailed records of everyone's bets, he directly brought it to the field. Among the 5 consecrated elders, the leftmost one also picked up a small wooden box from the ground and solemnly kept the records. After closing the lid, he took out a lock from his chest and carefully locked it before placing it on the table. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Headmaster Chen, are these 5 old consecrated elders not going to bet?" Chen Fengxiao looked at the 5 solemn old consecrated elders on the stage and said with a smile, "They are the judges of the battle. Naturally, they can't affect the fairness of the battle because of their likes and dislikes. So, although they want to participate, they can't be allowed to. Of course, they will take a cut for every battle. Do you think they will work for free?" Zhang Xiaohua also chuckled and didn't say anything. Who would like to work for free? When all the preparations were in place, the entire field was silent. Everyone looked at the consecrated elder in the middle. Chen Fengxiao said in a low voice, "This consecrated elder's surname is Lei. He is the oldest among the 5 consecrated elders. His alchemy skills are also the best. So, our pill department and grass department unanimously elected him to be the main judge." Consecrator Lei took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and solemnly opened the small box in front of him. He picked up a brocade pouch and took out a slip of paper. After looking at it, he read aloud, "Dan Division's first disciple is Yao Ping." At this moment, a tall and sturdy person was picked out from the pill department's disciples. He walked into the field and walked a few steps as if he was demonstrating his power. He shook the muscles on his arms and then cast a provocative look in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. This look was like casting pearls before swine. Zhang Xiaohua turned and asked Chen Fengxiao, "Leader, who is this simple-minded muscular man?" Chen Fengxiao looked at the pill department's rising momentum and then looked at Yao Ping, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He smiled and said, "This guy is the number 2 of the 10 great guardian deities. He has some skills. If you go against him, you have to be careful." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and frowned. "Leader, I suddenly thought of something. The pill department's 10 great guardian deities and our grass department's 6 great arhats, are they ranked based on martial arts or age?" "Of course it's based on martial arts." Qiao Weicheng did not wait for Chen Fengxiao to open his mouth and continued, "This Yao Ping used to be the eldest of the 9 great guardian deities. However, Zhou Shuming came and fought with him for 300 moves before Zhou Shuming defeated him and took the title of great guardian deity. Yao Ping had to settle for 2nd place, and the other 8 deities were all ranked behind. Only that Qingshi, who was originally called Honest, is worthy of his name. He is the 10th. Chen Fengxiao chuckled. "Our 6 great arhats are the same." "Yes, most of them were poached from the other peaks of Tianmu Peak. They are all characters who are not willing to submit to others. How can they not compete? Little brother, now that you've come, you have the strength to fight for the title of Great Arhat." Look, about one zhang to your left, the short and shrewd one is our grass division's great arhat, Lu Fengmeng. When he heard about your arrival, he didn't sleep well last night, afraid that you would challenge him. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he released his spiritual awareness and saw that Lu Fengmeng was looking at the stage. From time to time, the corner of his eyes slanted in his direction, as if he was observing him. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the point of arguing about the title of Great Arhat? Hehe, little brother has just arrived at Tianmu Peak, so you don't know much. Although our Chuan Xiang order is not in Jianghu, but the benefits of our disciples cannot be lacking. Although ordinary things like gold and silver have no use here, but pills and other things cannot be lacking. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be too busy? Tianmu Peak's ordinary disciples have the same treatment as ordinary disciples, but the Dan department's King Kong and Grass department's Arhat naturally have different treatment. Moreover, according to the ranking, the treatment is very different. If Lu Fengmeng's title of Great Arhat is taken by you, his daily expenses and pills will be much less. Do you think he won't argue with you? Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to Qiu Weicheng, "Senior Qiu, I have a message for you to pass to Lu Fengmeng. Is it a challenge?" "Junior brother Ren, if it is so, after this battle, let the head arrange it for you. With your martial arts, the title of Great Arhat will be yours." "Yes, little brother. If you didn't tell me this morning, I was afraid that you would drive me away," Chen Feng said half-jokingly. "It's not like that." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I want Senior Qiu to tell Lu Fengmeng that I will not fight with him for the title of Great Arhat. Even if it is any other Arhat, I will not fight for it." "Eh? Why is that?" Qiu Weicheng did not understand. Chen Feng smiled and said confidently, "Is it because little brother disdains it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "It's not because I disdain it. The specific reason, I think you will know after a while." Chen Feng smiled and looked at Qiu Weicheng. Both of them did not understand. At this time, Yao Ping of the Dan department had shown off enough. He stood on the empty ground and did not move. He got into a stance and quietly waited for his opponent to enter the arena. Lei Gongfeng saw that the atmosphere of the arena had been adjusted. He then stood up unhurriedly and opened the sealed box. He took out another brocade bag and took out a piece of paper. But when he saw the name written on it, he could not help but turn pale with fright. He immediately raised his head and looked at Chen Feng, who was below the arena. Chen Feng seemed to know about this situation. He met Lei Gongfeng's gaze and nodded slightly. After receiving Chen Feng's confirmation, Lei Gongfeng secretly sighed. He raised his head and looked at Wu Zhouxiu, who was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "The first disciple of the Grass department to fight is Lu Quan." "What? Lu Quan? How can it be Lu Quan? Only the sixth of the 6 Arhats, Lu Quan, who is the weakest in the Grass department?" Not only Wu Zhouxiu and Yao Ping, even the disciples of the Dan department and Grass department were holed up and shouting, "Vote for me." Calm, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 545. When they heard that the first one to go on stage was not the popular figure of the Grass division, Zhang Xiaohua, the whole place was in an uproar. The most important thing was that the disciples who had bet on the Grass division were making a big fuss. Wasn't this cheating them? The second King Kong of the Pill division, Lu Fengmeng, versus the 6th Arhat of the Grass division, Lu Quan. How could the Grass division possibly win? Wu Zhouxiu also had a strange expression on his face. He walked up to the stage and asked loudly, "Leader Chen, shouldn't you give our Pill division, oh, no, give all of our disciples an explanation?" Chen Fengshao was not afraid at all. He walked up to the stage and said with a smile, "Dalong, your request is too simple. Even if you didn't say it, I would have come up to explain." Then, he raised his voice and said, "I have discussed with Dalong yesterday to let our Grass division's Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, this is a bet between our pill division and the grass division. When we arrange for junior brother Ren to go on stage, we have to consider the overall effect and not just junior brother Ren's own interests. Dalong, please rest assured that junior brother Ren will definitely go on stage. The conditions that I have promised you will definitely be fulfilled. But, Wu Zhoushu said, but for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, the grass division had agreed to let Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, the order of the battle wasn't like his own wishful thinking. Any battle would be fine. He remembered that when he told Qin Fengshao about it, he didn't specify which battle it was. Then, Qin Feng smiled and faced the disciples of the pill and grass divisions. He cupped his hands and said, "Brothers, I'm sure everyone knows that the strength of the grass division is much weaker than that of the pill division. There's no need to hide this. Junior brother Ren's participation will definitely allow the strength of the grass division to grow wings. The order of the battle has always been particular. I'm sure everyone knows this. Therefore, we've arranged for junior brother Ren to fight in the next round or the next round. Moreover, most importantly, our junior brother Ren will participate 3 times. Each time, the prize will be 50 taels of gold. This is the agreement between me and Wu Dalong, and it is also the agreement between junior brother Ren and the pill department. We will definitely fulfill the agreement. I believe, and you all must also believe, that with junior brother Ren's participation, the most important battle on Tianmu Peak will be even more attractive and interesting. Don't you think so?" Nonsense. Since the leader of the grass division had spoken, how could the disciples of the grass division not raise their hands in agreement? Immediately, everyone cheered, "Great! Exciting! We want exciting!" When the disciples of the pill department saw that Wu Zhoushu didn't say anything, and then thought about the more exciting battles in the future, they were all eager to give it a try. After everyone had quieted down, Qin Feng turned his head and asked Consecrator Lei, "Old Consecrator Lei, may I ask if this arrangement violates the rules of the previous battle?" Consecrator Lei nodded and said, "Of course not. There are also 10 pieces of paper in the silk pouch. It's no different from before." Then, Qin Feng smiled and asked Wu Zhoushu, "What do you think, Dalong?" What could Wu Zhoushu say? Although he gritted his teeth in hatred, Qin Feng's words were reasonable and his actions were reasonable. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Fortunately, he didn't draw lots in the morning. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. Wu Zhoushu expressionlessly flicked his sleeves and retreated from the arena, sitting down casually. Qin Fengshao also walked back to his original position. He waved his hand and a short and agile man on his right flashed out from the crowd with a whoosh and jumped straight onto the field. It was the 6th arhat of the grass sect, Lu Quan. Qin Feng walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and said, "Little brother, I let you go up 3 times without your consent. You don't have any complaints in your heart, do you?" "Complaints?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "You still have the nerve to say that? The one that the pill department wants to challenge is me, not the 6 great guardian deities of the grass division. You guys interfered for no reason and let me earn less pills. Of course, I have complaints." However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course not. Yesterday, little brother was the representative of the first master. How can I say irresponsible words now?" Qin Feng was very happy when he heard this and said, "Actually, Wu Dalong is just coveting little brother's golden leaves. He already gave little brother some pills just now. When little brother goes up later, as long as he wins the first round, even if he loses the next 2 rounds, it will still be a draw." I also thought of this, so I agreed to Wu Dalong's suggestion. This was also something that happened in the afternoon, so I didn't have time to inform little brother. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's just 3 rounds. If it really can't be done, I'll admit defeat." Actually, he had already calculated in his heart. 3 rounds meant that he could win 150 taels of gold. And it wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to the salary of a manservant in the Huanxi manor for many years. However, he immediately thought of a question. First Master, does this wager have to be taken out in advance for every battle? Chen Feng pointed at the two people who were already fighting and said, there's no need. Look at these two people. They're both going up first. After the battle, they'll hand over the wager. If there's any unfairness or if they refuse to hand over the wager, then we'll find the 5 judges to judge. Also, First Master, you've racked your brains to arrange the order of battle. Is there anything to say about whether the pill division or the grass division wins? Chen Feng smiled and nodded, that's right. Our Tianmu Peak's pill division and grass division have always been competing. We've set the rules a long time ago. If the grass division and grass division each win 5 rounds, then no one will have to give the other any wager. But if the grass division wins 6 rounds and the pill division wins 4, then the pill division will have to give the grass division 20% of the wager. If the grass division wins 7 rounds and the pill division wins 3, then the pill division will have to give the grass division 40% of the wager. And so on and so forth until the grass division has to give the grass division all the wager. Ah! They've calculated it this way. This amount isn't small. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Lu Quan, who was already on the verge of collapsing, and said, looks like the grass division has lost quite a lot in the past. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, that's right. We don't have enough manpower and our martial arts are generally weaker than the pill divisions. Even if we use some strategies, we're always at a disadvantage. Then, he smiled and said, however, even though the wager in the past was not small, it's much smaller compared to this time. Hee 10 battles, 50 taels of gold for each round. 20% is 100 taels of gold. Little brother, as long as you can win 2 rounds, the grass division will win back all the pills we've lost in the past. Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. He had originally thought that his little abacus was already quite good, but compared to Chen Fengxiao, it was really quite lacking. Of course, true knowledge comes from practice. If I haven't reached the height of the First Master, how can I plan so many things and plan so meticulously? Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself. While they were talking, the battle in the arena had basically come to an end. The two of them were opponents who had fought for many years. The difference in their martial arts was obvious. Even though they were all from the same sect and couldn't casually use heavy blows, this short period of time was enough for Yao Ping to defeat Lu Quan. Yao Ping could be seen using the barbaric move White Crane drying its wings, and cleverly adding a sweeping kick to flip Lu Quan to the ground. Then, he kicked him out of the arena. However, Yao Ping, who had won, wasn't very satisfied. Not only did he have an unfair advantage in the battle with Lu Quan, the wager of 50 taels of gold would definitely be greatly reduced. Not to mention that he wouldn't be able to get the golden leaf in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, he wouldn't even be able to get the ruined Yuandan pill either. He really dirted his good luck this morning. Yao Ping looked unhappily at the expressionless faces outside the arena and waved his fist provocatively. Only then did he leave the arena helplessly. Perhaps he could only think about it next time. But, would it still be 50 taels of gold next time? Seeing that the battle had ended, Consecrated Lei stood up and loudly announced, the first battle, Yao Ping of the Pill Division wins. Then, he rushed into the arena and said, the second battle is about to begin. Disciples, please place your bets. Just as he finished speaking, many disciples who were recording the battle entered the arena. This time, the disciples were very hesitant. They weren't as enthusiastic as before. Of course, there were still many rich disciples who chose to place their bets. After all the procedures were completed, Consecrated Lei took out the brocade pouch from the box. He took out a piece of paper and read, the Grass Division's candidate for the second battle is Si Huinan. Then, from Chen Fengxiao's right-hand side, a slightly fat man jumped into the arena. Instantly, the Pill Division's Wu Zhouxiu's face turned pale. He stared at Chen Fengxiao in a daze and pretended to gnash his teeth. Zhang Xiaohua was about to ask when Consecrated Lei took out another piece of paper and shouted, the Pill Division's candidate for the second battle is Su Anong. Instantly, the Pill Division's disciples were in an uproar. The Grass Division's disciples were excited. Qiu Wei-cheng explained in a low voice, "Brother Ren, this Si Huinan is our Grass Division's 4th Arhat. Su Anong is the Pill Division's 9th Arhat. Ha ha ha, Si Huinan's martial arts is slightly higher than Su Andong's. In the previous 10 battles, Si Huinan won 7 of them. The first master's foresight is really amazing. He had already guessed that if Brother Ren were to fight, you would definitely not be able to fight in the second battle. We would definitely send the weakest Lu Quan to make up the numbers. They would then send Su Anong, who is just enough to win against Lu Quan. Not only would he win the battle, he would also save his energy." Thus, the first master did the opposite and sent Si Huinan, who just won against Su Anong. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought to himself, all of the Pill Department's arrangements were based on the fact that I was the first to appear. The Grass Department knew about the Pill Department's arrangements, so they fainted and let Lu Quan appear first, completely messing up the Pill Department's plans. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sure enough, with Chen Fengxiao's confidence and Wu Zhouxiu's unwillingness, the two of them fought for almost the time it took to eat a meal before the Grass Division won. "Thank you. Calm." Chapter 546. It wasn't until Si Huinan barely defeated Su Anong that Zhang Xiaohua had a better understanding of the martial arts of the Grass Division. Si Huinan was ranked 4th in the Grass Division. He was only slightly stronger than Su Anong, who was ranked 9th in the Dan Division. In other words, any one of the top 5 of the 10 great guardian deities could easily tie or win against an opponent from the Grass Division. It could be seen how weak the Grass Division was on Tianmu Peak. It could also be understood why Chen Fengxiao was pleasantly surprised when he saw that his skills were not bad. It could also be understood why he protected him in every possible way in the dining hall and even offended Wu Dalong from the Dan Division. Soon, the third battle also began with Lei Gongfeng's loud voice. This battle was even more shocking. The Dan Division sent out the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming. As for the Grass Division, it was still not Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, it was Chen Fengxiao, the head Chen, who surprised everyone. Hearing the names of the two people, Wu Dalong from the Dan Division almost foamed at the mouth. He cried out weakly, "Head Chen, how can you be so shameless? You actually want to compete with the people?" Chen Fengxiao had already expected that Wu Zhouxiu would ask such a question. He shrugged helplessly and said innocently, "There's no other way. Dalong, you also know that a clever housewife can't cook without rice. There are only so many people in the Grass Division. If I don't rush to the front, how can I let my brothers rush to the front? At the crucial moment, I still have to let them see the power of an example. Furthermore, junior apprentice brother Ren came all the way to our Tianmu Peak and must be exhausted. We can't possibly let him fight right from the start. That would make it seem as if I, as the first master, am not sympathetic towards my brother. Therefore, I can only fight this round." Wu Zhouxiu was speechless. Although the Grass tribe had always been suppressed by the Dan tribe, why was there still the existence of this bet? One of the key factors was that Chen Fengxiao was the #1 expert of the Tianmu Peak. Even the 10 great Vajras were not his opponent. Even Wu Zhouxiu was slightly inferior to Chen Fengxiao. Therefore, the great Vajra Zhou Shuming, who was enough to shock all the Arhats of the Grass tribe, was destined to die just like that. The outcome of this battle was already decided even without the need for a duel. The people on Tianmu Peak did not have much interest in watching the duel, but only Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to carefully observe the fists, kicks, and internal energy of these two famous figures on Tianmu Peak. By the time Chen Fengxiao defeated Zhou Shuming, she had already gained a deep understanding of their martial arts. That's all. Of course, this was understandable. After all, they were both people who had failed to become outer disciples. Even if they had practiced martial arts for many years, how could they enter the eyes of a Qi practitioner of the immortal path like Zhang Xiaohua? The next two duels were also boring. Under Chen Fengxiao's reasonable arrangements, the grass tribe's Wu Zicheng, who was ranked 5th, lost to the Dan tribe's Zhou Peng, who was ranked 3rd. The other duel was Great Arhat Lu Fengmeng, who defeated the Dan tribe's Wang Yanhai, who was ranked 4th. The difference in strength between these two duels was rather large. It did not take long for the victor to be decided. Consecrated Lei announced loudly, "This afternoon's duel will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Heads, please come over and seal the records." The disciples of the Dan tribe and the Grass tribe all stood up. Chen Fengxiao, who had a proud face, and Wu Zhouxiu, who had a dispirited face, walked forward. They each took out a small and exquisite lock from their bosoms and locked the box in front of Consecrated Lei. The 5 consecrated elders of the Judgment Division took all the records and left first. After they left, the disciples dispersed. However, the expressions of the disciples of the two tribes were very similar to their heads. Some were full of interest and chatted cheerfully, as if they had just passed an extraordinary afternoon. On the other hand, the other side was listless. Even if they were whispering to each other, their voices were low. They had lost their drive. After the normal disciples had all left, Wu Zhouxiu brought the 10 great arhats to Chen Fengxiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "Head Chen, you have played me so badly. In this afternoon, there were 5 duels, and you actually lost to junior brother Ren in one. I don't even know what to say to you." Chen Fengxiao also brought Qiu Weicheng, Zhang Xiaohua, and the 6 great arhats to welcome him. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win, thank you for letting me win. Wu Dalong, has your Dan tribe not won enough against our Grass tribe? It wasn't easy for us to vent our anger, and you're so unhappy." Wu Zhouxiu shook his head and said, "If my Dan tribe's martial arts were not as good as your Grass tribe's, then so be it. But it just so happened that your Grass tribe took advantage of us." Without waiting for Wu Zhouxiu to finish, Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "Dalong, you're wrong. The best strategy is the best strategy. As long as the strategy is right, a weak army can also defeat a strong general. Forget it. I haven't seen you say this before. You only said it when junior brother Ren came. However, the stakes of these 10 duels are really too big. You've really gotten it. To Dalong, it's just a drop in the ocean, isn't it? Hee, it's not even the end yet. Head Chen, are you so confident? There are still 5 duels tomorrow. My Dan tribe still has 5 brothers who have not fought yet. The outcome is still unknown." Wu Zhouxiu retorted without holding back. Chen Fengxiao waved his hand indifferently. "The name list has already been given to Consecrated Lei. Neither you nor I can change it. Let's wait for tomorrow's duel." "Well said. Let's go. Junior brothers, we may be opponents on the duel, but we're still brothers off the duel. Let's go and have a few drinks." "Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking. Junior brother Ren has just arrived and hasn't met all of you senior brothers yet. This is a good opportunity. Drink?" Zhang Xiaohua's head hurt when she heard this. What was so good about that? It was unbearably spicy and smelled bad. She really wasn't interested. Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Chen Fengxiao's sleeve and bowed to the others. "Senior brothers, it's my first time here, so I should toast to all of you. However, I'm still young and haven't drunk yet. I really don't like it. Moreover, the senior brothers of the Dan tribe must also know that the Great Master and Dalong have arranged 3 duels for me tomorrow. Each duel has a prize of 50 taels of gold. Do you think I won't feel burdened? Therefore, I won't accompany you. I'll go back early to rest and recover my energy. I'll seek advice from my senior brothers tomorrow. Moreover, I'll be living on Tianmu Peak in the future. We'll be together every day and there'll be plenty of opportunities to drink. When I grow up, I'll properly toast all of you senior brothers. How about that?" Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao slapped his forehead and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He explained to Wu Zhouxiu, "Dalong, we were in a hurry yesterday and didn't make it clear. Junior brother Ren is a medicine boy selected by Rejuvenation Valley. Don't look at his adult figure. He's still young. If he doesn't drink, then there's no need to force him. Zhang Xiaohua's reason was sufficient. Chen Fengshao also defended her from the side. The people of the Dan tribe naturally couldn't force her. Thus, they let Qiu Weicheng send Zhang Xiaohua back. The others went to have fun. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard and didn't waste any time. She threw her bundle on the bed and took out a straw cattail hassock. She sat cross-legged and took out the medicinal pills that she had obtained from the Dan tribe in the afternoon. She carefully examined them. When she opened the corks of the 4 bottles of medicinal pills, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed her nostrils. With one sniff, she knew that they were top-notch medicinal pills. Unfortunately, when this smell landed in Zhang Xiaohua's nose, she had already labeled these medicinal pills as inferior. Zhang Xiaohua had refined the blood-replenishing pill before. She had only smelled it slightly before putting it down. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of the blood coagulation pill and the small bone strengthening pill. But after smelling the medicinal fragrance, she roughly knew what medicinal herbs were used to refine them. However, they were also ordinary medicinal pills, so she put them down. Only the small bone strengthening pill, because it was a replica of the bone strengthening pill, Zhang Xiaohua took a special look at it. However, just from looking at this medicinal pill, it didn't seem to be much different from the small bone strengthening pill. They were both medicinal pills used to treat bone injuries. As for the useless Yuhuandan pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even have the interest to open the bottle. She still had a bottle of the real Yuhuandan pill in her purse. How could she look at this useless medicinal pill? Moreover, this medicinal pill was useless. Even if she wanted to refine it, it would take a lot of effort. Not to mention that she didn't have the prescription of the Yuhuandan pill. After checking today's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua took out the purse. The first thing she needed to do was to put all the valuable golden leaves in the bag into the space. Of course, this was Nie Qinyu's kind intention. She couldn't ignore it. Then, she put the 5 bottles of medicinal pills together with the clothes and medicinal pills sent by Nie Qinyu in the bag again. Anyway, there were medicinal pills worth 50 taels of gold. Presumably, the golden leaves didn't need to show up in the future. After tidying up the golden leaves, Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula that he had long forgotten and left in the corner of his coin pouch. The prescription that Chu Zhigao gave to Zhang Xiaohua was very thin. It recorded a few prescriptions. The one at the very front was the prescription for the bone strengthening pill. Inside, it recorded the few main ingredients and supplementary ingredients needed for the bone strengthening pill, as well as the detailed steps to refine it. However, the name of the medicinal herbs was the name of an ancient medicinal herb. The steps to refine it were also close to the method of refining immortal pills. It must have been learned from the jade slips by the ancestors of the Dragon Mountain. Looking at the familiar refining method, Zhang Xiaohua understood that no matter what, the lineage of the Dragon Mountain would not be able to refine the real bone-strengthening pill. It was no wonder that Chu Zhigao couldn't figure out the contents of the prescription and had to give it to her as a favor. In the prescription, the effects of the bone-strengthening pill were described to be a little exaggerated. However, thinking about the medicinal paste that Chu Zhigao improved based on the prescription and the fact that the fragrant religion actually refined the imitation small bone strengthening pill based on the prescription, she knew that the prescription wasn't false. If the real bone strengthening pill could be refined, it might not be any worse than the Yuhuandan pill. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she could find the medicinal herbs needed to refine the bone strengthening pill on Tianmu Peak. She could only memorize the prescription first and think about it when she found the right medicinal herbs in the future. Putting away the prescription, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and began to cultivate. When the sky had turned dark and the moon had risen, Zhang Xiaohua's mind suddenly moved. She released her divine sense. Sure enough, outside the bamboo forest, she saw 2 people whispering about something. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 547. Under the faint starlight, Zhang Xiaohua could see clearly that it was Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. The two were talking about something, and occasionally Wu Zhouxiu would gesticulate, as if he was objecting to something. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. These two were not talking in their own territory. Why did they run to the side of the bamboo forest? If it was a man and a woman, she could understand, but these two men. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. Not long after, the two seemed to have reached some agreement. Wu Zhouxiu cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chen Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhouxiu's back and did not move. Only when Wu Zhouxiu was far away did he turn and walk towards Zhang Xiaohua's small courtyard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the slight smile on Chen Fengxiao's face. Retracting her divine sense, not long after, she heard the sound of Chen Fengxiao knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and pretended to be surprised. Smiling, she said, "Leader Chen, aren't you drinking with them? Why did you leave so early?" Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "That group of brats, when they start drinking, they don't know where to start. How can they leave so early? I was just thinking about little brother's fight tomorrow, so I specially came to take a look. Leader, thank you for your concern. It's nothing much. After watching the brothers fight today, I have more or less confidence." Chen Fengxiao's eyes lit up. "You're too kind. Little brother is now carrying the heavy responsibility of our grass division. If I don't show more concern, what will I do?" "That's right, after hearing little brother say that you have more confidence, how confident are you in tomorrow's fight?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't even need to think before he asked, "Shouldn't I be the one asking first, master, this question?" Chen Fengxiao was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Little brother is really smart. You immediately saw the subtleties. Although our grass division will be able to wash away our shame this time, of course, at the very least, we will be able to win 20%. But this 20% is comparable to the earnings of the previous 10 fights. This is all thanks to little brother." Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips in amusement and said, "Don't. I can't contribute much. It's all first master's planning. I haven't even gone up to the stage, and you've already defeated Wu Dalang." Chen Fengxiao did not hide his pride and said, "That was also because of little brother's deterrence yesterday. So, I still want to ask little brother about the situation. Don't let our grass division benefit and let's not benefit." Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it. He was no longer the young and inexperienced youth who had just left the Gua Manor a few years ago. It was not as if he had never shown his martial arts before. Chen Fengxiao's words were only to express his concern for him. As for whether he would be able to gain any benefits or not, it was actually not something he was concerned about. And it could also be said that Chen Fengxiao had already estimated the areas where Zhang Xiaohua would be able to gain benefits. In the fight this afternoon, Wuzhou ruins had fallen into Chen Fengxiao's trap. He had sent out all the elites that he had confidence in. Those that could fight tomorrow, or those that could compete with Zhang Xiaohua, were not many. Under these circumstances, Chen Fengxiao did not believe that Zhang Xiaohua did not have some confidence. Zhang Xiaohua then said, "Headmaster Chen has arranged the plan so carefully. If little brother does not benefit from it, then it is little brother's own matter. I will not blame headmaster in my heart." Chen Fengxiao heard this and hurriedly waved his hand. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua had misunderstood his intentions. He said, "Actually, with little brother's martial arts, even if you fought this afternoon according to Wu Dalong's plan, you would still be able to win. I don't dare to say anything else, but I have some confidence in my ability to judge people. I also have other plans for this arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He frowned and said, "I ask for headmaster's advice." Chen Fengxiao thought for a while, then said tirelessly, "When I was young, my mother told me a story. A long, long time ago, there was a fool who did not know anything. He could not even distinguish copper coins from silver. Whenever someone threw a copper coin or a piece of silver, he only knew how to pick up the copper coin and never look at the silver. Thus, many people took pleasure in this and threw copper coins to him in front of others. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. He smiled and said, "This child is really stupid. If it were me, I would have already put the silver in my bosom." Yes, the people in the village all said so, and they all enjoyed playing this game with him. It was not until this child grew up and suddenly disappeared from this village. Then, a few years later, he achieved great things in another village and returned to the village. Only then did the villagers realize that it was not that child who was stupid, but them. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Why is that?" As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and said, "So that's why." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's quick reaction, Chen Fengxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, he immediately concealed it and said with a smile, "That's right. If that child was more like an ordinary person and could distinguish copper coins from silver, who would throw copper coins to him day after day to play with? If he picked up the silver in one go, how could he accumulate copper coins in the future?" "Headmaster Chen, you mean?" Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood Chen Fengxiao's meaning. "I think little brother already knows what I mean. Why don't I arrange for little brother to be the first to fight against the experts of the pill department? On one hand, I want to disrupt Wu Dalong's subordinates and win his elixirs. On the other hand, I don't want little brother to reveal his true strength at the beginning. I know little brother will have no problem taking down first and second King Kong, but what about after that? Not only will the battle lose a lot of suspense, but little brother will also lose a lot of benefits." "Headmaster Chen, little brother does not understand what you mean. Concealing one's strength can naturally conceal one's strength and catch them off guard. However, the battle only seals the order. Others will not know who is fighting. What does this have to do with strength?" Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, "This is just a method of battle. Our Tianmu Peak has other methods of battle for the grass department and pill department to choose from. For example, we can name names and so on. However, our grass department has always been at a disadvantage, so we do not dare to casually agree to these methods." Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to himself, "Wow, Headmaster Chen is indeed the headmaster. He thinks so far ahead. However, I have never planned to waste time on this battle. Why would I care about concealing one's strength?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Headmaster. Little brother has never complained about Headmaster." Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "Little brother still does not understand what I mean." Isn't it concealing one's strength? What I mean to say is, don't you have 3 matches tomorrow? I've already asked Wu Dalong about it. Although he didn't want to say anything, I can tell from his expression that the opponents in these 3 matches aren't very skilled. What I want to say is, little brother, don't go up and knock out the opponent's teeth. You should at least let the crowd watch the show and let the opponent feel that you're a little stronger than him, or that your martial arts are on par with his and you're just lucky. Fainting Headmaster, this seems to be quite difficult." Chen Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry and do as I say. You will naturally know the benefits in the future." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and thought to himself, "Anyway, it's fine as long as I don't lose. This is an elixir worth 50 taels of gold. I don't want to throw it away." After a moment of silence, Chen Fengxiao coughed and said, "Little brother, this place is a little simple and crude. Are you used to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Headmaster is joking. I just slept last night. It's not that I am not used to it." Chen Fengxiao smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, I came to find little brother so late because I have something to ask you." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "What is so important? You could have just sent Senior Bai or Senior Chiu over. Why did you have to come personally?" "It's like this, little brother. I heard that you told Chiu Wei Cheng to tell Lu Feng and the others that you will not fight for the title of Arhat with them. I know that this is little brother's noble character and unquestionable integrity. But little brother, are you not going to participate in such battles in the future?" "Of course I will. Why don't you participate?" Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback and blurted out, thinking to himself, nonsense, if you can get benefits without any effort, why wouldn't you participate? Although there may not be so much in the future, but flies are also meat. If I don't even pick up the copper coins, then I am an idiot. When Chen Fengxiao heard this, his face lit up and he said happily, since little brother has replied like this, then my heart is at ease. To be honest, when you said that you are not going to fight for the title of Arhat, I thought that you were not interested in these battles. Just like those old consecrators, they are obviously greedy and want to fight, but because of their face, they are not willing to put down their status. They can only be the judges and watch us eat the meat while they drink the soup. Looks like little brother is not one to fish for fame. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Headmaster also does not have the title of Arhat. Aren't you also participating in the battles? When he heard this, Chen Fengxiao's face changed slightly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly said, little brother's analogy is not quite right. Headmaster, don't worry. When this battle is over, I will go to the top of Tianmu Peak to find a secluded medicine field and concentrate on growing medicine. I will definitely not get involved in any of the matters of the grass division. Oh, that's right, this battle, you can arrange it. When the time comes, just call me. I will definitely not decline. When he heard this, Chen Fengxiao's face softened a little. He laughed and said, little brother, if you can help me, I will be more than happy. Why not let you be the second master, how about it? Don't, this famous title should be left to others. That's right, I think senior brother Qiu is very suitable. Qiu Wei Cheng. Chen Fengxiao was stunned and said, little brother's suggestion is not bad. If one day junior brother Qiu becomes the second master, I will let him thank you personally. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say much. He was just joking. Who was the headmaster had nothing to do with him. After that, Chen Fengxiao kept his smile and said seriously, little brother, I came over so late because I have an important matter to discuss with you. Calm. Chapter 548. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua almost scolded him. You've been dawdling for an entire night. You've said comforting words and given me a picture. So it's just a prelude. Sigh, headmaster, do you have to be like this? Do you know that my time is very precious? Who knows how many mysteries of the heavenly Tao I've comprehended with just one rise and fall. However, the mature Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, looks like it's a very important matter. Headmaster Chen, just say it. Although I've only been at Tianmu Peak for a day, your peerless leadership skills have already won me over. As long as headmaster has something that doesn't make things difficult for you, I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for you. A sea of fire is not a problem. There's the fire escape technique. But a mountain of swords doesn't seem right. We have to find the gold escape technique first. Just listen to me first. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly. Chen Fengxiao looked a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that, it's a little hard to say. Looking at Chen Feng's bashful expression, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly moved a few inches away as if nothing had happened and said seriously, this is not First Master's usual style. If you stomp your feet on Tianmu Peak, the entire peak will tremble. What's wrong with saying it out loud? Chen Fengxiao thought for a while and said, sigh, this is really embarrassing. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she suddenly understood and said softly, why? Headmaster Chen, did you find Wu Dalong of the pill department an eyesore? Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Boss, I can't bring myself to say this, and it's quite embarrassing. However, it's normal. Their pill division has been suppressing our grass division for such a long time, and it's all because of you. Although this is a little difficult, and I might not be able to do it well, as long as boss asks, I'll definitely do it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's resolute action, Chen Fengxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly waved his hand and said, Stop, stop, stop. Little brother, what are you thinking? I'm only here to ask you to give me that Yuandan pill. Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned this time. Yuandan pill? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, Chen Fengxiao smiled bitterly and said, Little brother, I knew it. Little brother, just pretend I didn't say that. Don't, boss, what are you doing? Isn't it just a ruined pill? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately put on a righteous appearance and patted his chest. Besides, this junior brother came to Tianmu Peak and caused trouble for the first master, causing the first master to worry endlessly. There will be a lot of things to do in the future. Although the first master's request is somewhat difficult for this junior brother also needs this pill. But since the first master has spoken, how can this junior brother let his words fall? Not to mention a ruined pill, even if it's the real Yuandan pill, why can't I give it to Headmaster Chen? Oh, right, how does Headmaster Chen plan to let me sell this pill? Chen Fengxiao was smiling as he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's flattery. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and brought up how to sell the pill. He couldn't think straight and was stunned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things weren't good. She had flattered him too much. What if Chen Fengxiao didn't give a good price? Fortunately, Chen Fengxiao immediately realized and thought, this guy is realistic. However, he's from Rejuvenation Valley after all. How would he know the wonders of this Yuandan pill? Even if it's ruined, it's still a treasure. Therefore, Chen Fengxiao asked, then what do you think will make you sell this pill, little brother? This. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. How could she know what Chen Fengxiao saw in this broken pill? She also didn't know what use this Yuandan pill had in the incense cult. She could only cup her hands and say, Headmaster, don't make things difficult for me. Just tell me what you think. As long as it's reasonable, I will definitely agree. She emphasized the word reasonable and believed that Chen Fengxiao would understand. Little brother, to be honest, our Tianmu Peak's grass division has been struggling these past few years. I don't have any particularly rare pills here. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression change slightly, Chen Fengxiao immediately explained, however, don't worry, little brother. I can still take out something worth 50 taels of gold. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said generously, look at what the headmaster is saying. Even if you can't take out something of equivalent value, how can I not agree if you ask? It's good that little brother is in such a good mood. As the headmaster, how can I take advantage of little brother? It's just that Wu Dalong suddenly took out this jade rejuvenation pill in the afternoon, which caught me off guard. So, I took advantage of the fact that the banquet hasn't ended yet to inform you. I haven't prepared the specific pill yet. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked in confusion, if the Yuandan pill is so important, why would Wu Dalong take it out as a prize? Moreover, it's not a prize for the battle, but a reward for me. Headmaster, don't you think this is strange? Chen Fengxiao nodded and said, that's right. Chen Fengxiao also nodded and said, that's right. To tell you the truth, Wu Dalong also came out of the banquet just now. He also came to look for you. I asked him about it on the way here, and he also said that it was for this jade rejuvenation pill. But no matter how I asked him, since he valued it so much, why did he take it out as a prize? He just wouldn't tell me. However, judging from his remorseful look, he must have used this jade rejuvenation pill as bait to force you to take out the golden leaf as the prize. I see. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. He was too smart for his own good. He thought he could win the Yuandan pill back in the first round, but he fell into Head's trap. He could only wait until tomorrow to win the Yuandan pill back. However, he obviously wasn't confident tomorrow, so he thought of coming to discuss with me tonight. Chen Fengxiao nodded and said, I think so. However, little brother, don't worry. I've already sent him away. Since the Yuandan pill has fallen into the hands of the grass division, we naturally have the right to speak. How could he have the right to speak? Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. She understood the argument between the two in the bamboo forest earlier. Chen Fengshao continued, blood replenishing pill, blood coagulation pill, small bone congealing pill, and small bone strengthening pill. Each bottle is worth 10 taels of gold. 1 yuandan pill is worth 40 taels of gold. Little brother, I have 15 bottles of pills that are similar to the ones mentioned above. I'll use them to exchange for your yuandan pill. What do you think? Oh, of course, if little brother agrees, you can keep the yuandan pill first. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring those pills over to you. Hearing this condition, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly disappointed. She frowned and said, Head's condition is so good, how can little brother not agree? But why don't you use gold to exchange for it? Chengshi and the others don't have it. Don't tell me you don't have it too. I don't have it. Chen Fengshao didn't leave any room for negotiation. He said, gold and silver are basically useless in the fragrance division. Only the hall leaders have the channels to obtain them. I'm just a small steward. How can I have it? If I had it, Wu Dalong would have it even more. He wouldn't have taken out this yuandan pill. But, what use do I have for so many broken pills? Zhang Xiaohua secretly muttered. Then her eyes lit up. She said with a smile, Head, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Chen Fengshao was quite interested. He asked, Little brother, quickly say it. Head, as you can see, I have some pills in my bag. Today, Wu Dalong also lost some. If you give more than 10 bottles of pills, won't it be too much? To be honest, I don't need them. Why don't you see if you have any 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? What do you think about exchanging them? 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? When Chen Fengshao heard this, he almost stood up in fright. He said in his heart, It's easy for you to say that. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, you dare to say that. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Chen Fengshao said with a bitter smile, Little brother, you're new here and don't know. Although our grass department specializes in growing medicinal herbs, but we only grow ordinary ones. Even if there are some rare herbs, we have a record of them. How can you and I get our hands on them? Not to mention 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, even 100-year-old ones are rare. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said, Our Tianmu peak doesn't have any, but the 19 peaks of the fragrance division are so big. Who can guarantee that there aren't hundreds and thousands of years old medicinal herbs? Maybe one of the senior brothers has such a medicinal herb. Chen Fengshao shook his head and said, Although the fragrance division is vast, there are also many wild medicinal herbs. There are even many places that are rarely visited. Maybe there are medicinal herbs that little brother is talking about. However, our grass department brothers' martial arts are weak and their lightness skills are even worse. Even the outer disciples can't easily enter those places, let alone our brothers of the Pill Expanding Hall. Those places? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He really wanted to ask where it was from, but then Chen Feng smiled and said tentatively, Little brother, if you can give me an age limit, for example, 50 to 60 years old, maybe I can look for it. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua was happy in her heart, but still frowned and said, If it's difficult for Head, 50 to 60 years old medicinal herbs are also fine. However, do you think Wu Dalong of the pill department has 100-year-old medicinal herbs? Chen Fengshao listened with a displeased face, Little brother is a brother of our grass department, how can you help an outsider? Of course not, little brother was just curious and asked Wu Dalong if he had it. Since Head has taken a fancy to this pill, of course I won't give it to Wu Dalong. Please don't worry about this. Well, little brother, keep the yuandan pill first. Remember, no matter who comes, don't sell it. Just tell them that you're keeping it for me. I'll go back and take a look at the medicinal herbs. I'll bring it over tomorrow. Thank you. Come to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 549. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. She said, "Boss, why are you being so courteous? Take your time searching. I'll keep the Yuhuandan pill for you." Chen Fengshao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, little brother. I'll take my leave now. I'll go back and search carefully. To be honest, I have quite a lot of medicinal herbs. Although I lost a lot to the pill department, it's still very little after so many years." After saying this, Chen Fengshao stood up and turned to leave. However, he didn't forget to remind her, "Little brother, if anyone comes looking for you, don't give the Yuhuandan pill to them." Zhang Xiaohua was immediately unhappy when she heard this. She thought to herself, "Is my character that bad? I just promised you that I'll get the medicinal herbs tomorrow morning. How can I give it to someone else?" Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Boss, please wait a moment." After saying this, she walked to the table next to her and opened up the bundle that she had packed. She took out the Yuhuandan pill that Chen Fengshao was determined to get. She casually threw it to him and said, "If boss doesn't trust me, or if you're afraid that someone else will take it away, then you can take the pill first." Chen Fengshao hurriedly caught the jade bottle that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to him. He was very happy in his heart. This guy has finally been enlightened. I'll have a bright future in training him. However, he declined, "This isn't good, little brother. Even blood-related brothers settle accounts clearly. If you do this, you'll make things difficult for me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What kind of person is boss? If I don't trust you, then there won't be anyone on Tianmu Peak worth trusting." "Good, little brother. Well said. I'll remember your feelings." It was rare for Chen Fengshao to be so happy that he even blurted out the name, Chen. Presumably, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams tonight. Chen Fengshao carefully tucked the jade bottle into his bosom, cupped his hands, and quickly walked out of the small courtyard. His footsteps were so light that they didn't seem to touch the ground at all. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. He really didn't feel that this ruined Yuhuandan pill was of any use. Otherwise, he would have taken a look at it back then. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua sat down again and prepared to use the remaining time to work harder. But at this moment, a voice called out from outside the courtyard, Junior Brother Ren, are you in the courtyard?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It was almost midnight. Who would be screaming? When she looked with her divine sense, she saw two people standing outside the courtyard. One was Senior Brother Bai Huan, and the other was an old consecrator who made the ruling in the gambling arena during the day. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then she muttered, "Is it because of this Yuhuandan pill again?" Therefore, she didn't dare to be negligent. As she walked out, she answered loudly, "Which senior brother is looking for me? Please come in for a chat." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Bai Huan led the old consecrator into the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly bowed. "Consecrator," Bai Huan explained, "Junior Brother Ren, this is the old consecrator of our pill repository hall. His surname is Feng. He's very popular on Tianmu Peak and is best at guiding the younger generation." Zhang Xiaohua bowed again and said, "Consecrator Feng, how are you? If there's anything, just send someone to call for me. How can I let you come here personally?" Consecrator Feng had heard of Zhang Xiaohua's fierce behavior last night and was afraid that she wouldn't give him face. Now that he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was respectful and courteous like a well-educated and well-behaved child, he couldn't help but feel happy. Therefore, he supported her, stroked his beard and said, "Junior nephew Ren, although I'm considered an elder of the sect, I'm from the pill division and I'm from the grass division. We don't know each other well, so I don't dare to act rashly." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly invited Consecrator Feng into the room and sat down. Then, she asked carefully, "May I know why Consecrator Feng is looking for me?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua went straight to the point, Consecrator Feng nodded secretly and glanced at Bai Huan. Bai Huan woke up and said, "Junior Brother Ren, didn't Wu Dalong of the pill division compensate you with a Yuhuandan pill at the gambling arena earlier?" Consecrator Feng is very interested in this pill and asked me to bring him here to ask you if you can transfer the pill to him. Then, she glanced at Consecrator Feng and added, he's willing to pay a high price and will definitely satisfy junior brother Ren. As expected. Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. However, she was also puzzled. Was there any secret about this Yuhuandan pill that she did not know? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, although I've only met Consecrator Feng once, since senior brother Bai brought him here and he's a consecrator of the hall, there shouldn't be any problem with this matter, but, Consecrator Feng frowned and could not help but ask, what? But before Consecrator Feng arrived, Headmaster Chen took the pill away first. This? Consecrator Feng was a little anxious and said, how can it be so coincidental? I saw them drinking together so I hurriedly called Marshal Nephew Bai over. Could it be that I was still a step too late? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I don't dare to deceive Consecrator Feng. Look. After speaking, she opened her bag and the pill inside was revealed. Although Consecrator Feng was a little embarrassed, he still took a closer look. The Yuhuandan pill was indeed not there. They came here rashly and Zhang Xiaohua definitely did not have the ability to foresee the future, so she would not have hidden it in advance. Consecrator Feng was already somewhat convinced. He then saw Zhang Xiaohua say, if Consecrator Feng needs it urgently, you can chase after Headmaster Chen now. He also just left and may not have returned yet. Consecrator Feng's face was full of disappointment. He shook his head gently and said, no, no, no. Sigh, if I had known, I would have stopped you on the spot. Alright, Marshal Nephew Ren, thank you very much. I'll take my leave. After speaking, he cupped his hands and walked out of the house without staying any longer. Bai Huan, who was sitting on the chair, also quickly stood up. She waved her hand at Zhang Xiaohua and chased after him. Nonsense, the bamboo forest outside was so gloomy. He did not dare to stay alone. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to send him off. When she reached the door, the two had already left the courtyard. Standing under the water-like moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. A defective Yuhuandan pill was enough to make them fight over it. What about the real Yuhuandan pill? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. She still had a few pills in her money pouch. Chen Fengxiao had been here, Bai Huan had been here, and Consecrator Feng had also been here. Presumably, the news that the Yuhuandan pill was no longer with her would soon spread throughout the entire Tianmu Peak. In the future, no one would come to trouble her. However, using the Yuhuandan pill to exchange for medicinal herbs reminded Zhang Xiaohua. Pills were hard currency on Tianmu Peak, but medicinal herbs were worthless. It should be very easy to exchange pills for medicinal herbs. Should she exchange all the pills she won tomorrow for medicinal herbs? It seemed that tomorrow's gambling fight was not a gambling fight, but a welcoming party for her by the pill department. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and roughly scanned her surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, she closed the courtyard door and set up a restriction. She then concentrated on practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Fist of the North Star when she saw Chen Fengxiao walking over with a smile. Behind him was still Qiu Weicheng. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walking over from the cliff, Chen Fengxiao laughed loudly and said, "Little brother, you are indeed a diligent person. I thought you had not woken up yet. Who knew that you had already practiced martial arts once?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The early bird gets the worm. This is what my mother told me when I was very young. I have been stupid since I was young, so I had to wake up earlier than others." Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao's expression was not happy. He said sadly, "Sigh, my mother also said this when I was young. It's just that. Haha, little brother is still young and has a lot of time. You must practice your martial arts well. When you travel the Jianghu in the future, you must remember to visit your mother more often." Seeing Chen Fengxiao reveal his true feelings, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Regardless of whether this person was good or bad, or whether his actions were right or wrong, at least when he talked about his mother, he was filial. This person had his redeeming qualities. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Leader, please don't blame me. I spoke inappropriately and made you think too much." Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite, little brother. Yesterday I made it clear that you are my brother. In front of your own brother, why do you care so much?" Then, with a wave of his hand, Qiu Weicheng, who was behind him, passed a small bag to Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, "Little brother, in this bag are the medicinal herbs that I promised you yesterday. Take a look, there is one iron bone grass that is almost 70 years old. The other herbs are not as good, but they are still around 30 years old." Iron bone grass. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, isn't this the main ingredient of the bone-solidifying pill? Zhang Xiaohua took the bag and said, "Leader, you said that you were my brother and that there was no need to be so polite. Why are you being so polite? Didn't you say that there was only one herb yesterday? Why are there more herbs today? Little brother, you are wrong. This Yuhuandan pill is something that I have been coveting for a long time. Not to mention these herbs, even if there were more, I would be willing to take them out. I am taking advantage of little brother by doing this." "Oh, right." Saying this, Chen Fengxiao took out a jade bottle from his chest and passed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "This is the blood replenishing pill. Perhaps it will be useful in today's battle. Take it." Zhang Xiaohua declined and said, "This thing has already been compensated by Wu Dalong yesterday. I also brought some from Rejuvenation Valley. Furthermore, you have already given me so many herbs, this is not necessary." Chen Fengxiao stuffed it into his hands and said with a smile, take it. This way, my heart will be at ease." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to accept it. However, holding the warm jade bottle, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked, "That's right, leader, I have a question. Look, this jade bottle is originally made of jade, and this jade seems to be about the same as the golden leaf. Why did you casually give away this jade bottle that contains the pills and become flustered when you see the golden leaf? Isn't it a bit like buying the casket and returning the pearls? Please vote for me, recommend me. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading." Chapter 550. When Chen Feng heard this, he shook his head and said, "Little brother is right. I remember when I was a child outside, jade was very precious. It was no less valuable than gold. But little brother only saw one side of it and did not see the other side. Generally speaking, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. In this fragrant religion, there are countless jade stones, just like ordinary stones. Why would you care about it? Even if others see them as treasures, they are nothing but rubble in our eyes." "Countless?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "How did Chuanxiang cult get so many jades?" "This." Chen Fengxiao pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Chuanxiang cult has a special Shuyu hall that mines jades from Jiuhua Peak. It is said that in these thousands of years, there hasn't been much mining, but there is still an inexhaustible supply of jades. Tell me, in our eyes, can jades be compared to gold leaves?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. Presumably, there was a jade mine beneath 9 Radiance Peak. That was why it was able to provide an endless supply of jade for the incense cult to use. No matter how precious a jade was, it wouldn't be worth much and could only be used as a bottle. "Oh, right, Headmaster Chen, yesterday Feng," Zhang Xiaohua told Chen Fengxiao about Feng's visit last night. Chen Fengxiao nodded, "Yes, Bai Huan already reported this to me last night." "Ah, it's already the middle of the night, Heath," Chen Fengxiao chuckled. "When he heard that I was the one who took it, he was afraid that he would violate my taboo by bringing Feng here. Do you think he would be so diligent?" Qiu Weicheng also laughed. "After Headmaster Chen knew about this, he immediately told me to spread the news of him taking the Yuhuandan pill." Junior brother Ren, don't worry, no one will disturb you in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thanked him. Headmaster is very considerate. Chen Fengxiao looked at the rising sun and said, little brother, it's time for breakfast. Let's go, don't let anyone send you food. Eat with me. Deliver food? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled bitterly. She had lived here for 2 days and had forgotten to eat. She had fasted for a long time and didn't want to eat. Bai Huan thought that Chen Fengxiao would arrange it for her, and Chen Fengxiao thought that Bai Huan would arrange it for her, so no one sent her food. Zhang Xiaohua followed Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng to the place where they were eating. It was an exquisite small hall. On a huge table, the 6 great arhats and the other managers of the cottage were already seated, quietly waiting for Headmaster Chen to come over. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua behind Chen Fengxiao, their eyes lit up and they stood up. Walking into the small hall, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng sat down. Zhang Xiaohua bowed to everyone and also found a place to sit. Just as he sat down, Lu Quan who was beside him came over and said in a low voice, little brother, I was just about to look for you. But before the battle, if there was nothing urgent, I could not disturb you, so, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Senior Lu, what's the matter? Lu Quan raised his head and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, Junior brother Ren, can you give me a small bone solidifying elixir? Oh yes, I will not take it for free. I will give you herbs to exchange for it. Then, he smiled apologetically, I know this is not appropriate, but this small bone solidifying elixir is useful to me. Since you were able to let the headmaster exchange herbs for elixirs yesterday, can you also give me some face? Zhang Xiaohua was happy, but his face was extremely awkward. He said, Senior Lu, you are putting me in a difficult position. This elixir can only be made by the offerings of the Dan department, and all of them have to be turned in. I only have 1 bottle of small bone solidifying elixir in my hand now. If I use it up, I will have no more. Although the herbs are good, they are not elixirs after all. Difficult, haha, difficult. Lu Quan frowned, little brother, your martial arts are high. This small bone solidifying elixir may not be of use to you. Moreover, if you can exchange it with the headmaster, why can't you exchange it with me? This is the first time senior brother has spoken. Won't you carefully and seriously consider it? Zhang Xiaohua was still secretly happy. He only asked, then senior brother can't exchange it with other elixirs? Elixirs? If I have elixirs, why would I exchange it with you? The elixirs of our grass department have already been lost to the Dan department, and the elixirs of the Dan department are all in the hands of the 10 great guardian deities. Where do you want me to get elixirs? Zhang Xiaohua understood and also said in a low voice, all right, since this is the first time senior brother Lu has spoken, I can't let him lose face. However, senior brother, you must listen carefully. You must not tell anyone about this, otherwise, Lu Quan interrupted him in a low voice, how can I not know about this? I won't tell anyone, don't worry. After saying that, he carefully looked to the side. The others who were accompanying Chen Fengxiao and chatting had already pricked up their ears. Although they spoke softly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe that they didn't hear it. Moreover, looking at Lu Quan's appearance, although he said that he wouldn't, who knew if he would turn around and tell anyone? Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua and the rest had finished their breakfast, just as they walked out of the small hall, Si Huinan pulled Zhang Xiaohua to one side sneakily. He also wanted to exchange herbs for elixirs, but what he wanted was the blood coagulation pill. Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Under Si Huinan's persuasion, she had no choice but to agree to his request. She used a 40-year-old blackwood fruit to exchange for a blood coagulation pill. This blackwood fruit was the other main ingredient in refining the bone coagulation pill. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly reminded Si Huinan to not tell anyone about her exchange of elixirs. As for whether Si Huinan would say it or not, that would depend on his character. Or rather, it would depend on Zhang Xiaohua's character. Zhang Xiaohua had already been to the gambling arena yesterday, so she didn't need anyone to lead the way. When she took her bag and arrived at the arena, there were already many disciples sitting there. It was actually 30% more than yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She walked to Qiu Wei-cheng's side and asked him. After hearing about the gambling match between the grass and pill divisions yesterday, as well as the fact that he, a popular disciple, would definitely be on stage today, many disciples who usually didn't pay much attention to the gambling match became interested and came here early in the morning to fight for a seat. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This person's curiosity was really strong. Not long later, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu accompanied the 5 consecrators into the arena. Old consecrator Lei placed the sealed box on the table. The two of them took out their keys and unlocked the box before returning to their respective sides. Old consecrator Lei looked at the crowd and smiled. Yesterday, Chen Fengxiao from the grass division gave us a very big surprise. I just don't know if Wu Zhouxiu from the pill division can reverse yesterday's decline. Disciples of the grass division and pill division, please place your bets. However, when old consecrator Lei said this bet, he lacked confidence. Everyone knew that yesterday, in order to seize the initiative and obtain the real object of 50 taels of gold, not only did the Dan division take out the Jade Rejuvenation Pill, they even sent out the 4 absolute main forces, the Great Vajra, the Second Vajra, the Third Vajra, and the Fourth Vajra. Although they obtained 2 victories, their opponents were only the 5th Arhat and the 6th Arhat. Today, the Dan division only had the 8th Arhat and the 10th Arhat, but the grass division still had the 2nd Arhat, the 3rd Arhat, and Zhang Xiaohua, this mysterious contestant whose martial arts level was unknown. The 3rd King Kong and 6th King Kong's martial arts were basically on par. They were slightly weaker than 5th King Kong. These 2 King Kong had a good chance of winning against the 5th King Kong. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to beat 10th King Kong until his teeth fell out, his martial arts should be about the same as the 3rd King Kong. Therefore, the pill division's future was worrying. However, Chen Fengxiao's arrangement had some flaws. This morning, he actually let Zhang Xiaohua fight 3 times. This was something that had never happened since the beginning of the gambling fights on Tianmu Peak. It should be the only chance for the pill division to even things out. When the disciples below the arena heard the bets, they were also in a difficult position. The first round was most likely the mysterious grass division disciple. If he met 5th King Kong and 6th King Kong, there was still a chance of winning. If he met 10th King Kong and 8th King Kong, not long after, the bets were placed. Old consecrator Lei smiled and took out a brocade bag. He shouted, "The 6th round, the grass division will fight Ren Xiaoyao." Okay. The morale of the grass division disciples was greatly boosted. They all raised their arms and cheered. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and waved to the disciples behind him. He walked slowly into the arena. He didn't show off or say anything. He just stood there quietly. Old consecrator Lei was also stunned. He thought to himself, this brat can keep his composure. Then, he took out another brocade bag. When he opened the note inside, he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Then, he held back his laughter and shouted, "The 6th round, the pill division will fight Qingshi." Ah! Not only was the pill division surprised, but the grass division also cried out. Why was Zhang Xiaohua famous? Wasn't it because he taught Qingshi a lesson? He knocked out Qingshi's teeth and even accepted the pill division representative's compensation worth 50 taels of gold. Now that the two of them met, was it because they were enemies? Or was it because they were once bitten by a snake, twice shy? Everyone was excited. There were also many people who secretly complained. They had bet on the pill division to win. When he heard his name being called, Qingshi stood up. Yesterday, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not appear in any of the matches, and that he had to appear in 3 matches, and he was the first match today, Qingshi knew that he would most likely meet Zhang Xiaohua. Thus, he was not surprised. He stood up confidently, picked up a Qi Mei staff from the ground, and entered the arena. Although swords and sabers weren't prohibited in Tianmu Peak's gambling matches, this was still a gambling match between pill division disciples. It wasn't good to be injured. Therefore, everyone wisely didn't bring any weapons. Cheng Shi's weapon was the Chi Mei cudgel. It was suitable for him to use it now. Cheng Shi held the Chi Mei cudgel and made a stance. He called out, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." Yes, I'm very honored to be able to experience senior brother Cheng's skills again. I've already experienced your punches and kicks. Today, I would like to ask junior brother Ren for advice on weapons. I hope junior brother will not be stingy. Cheng Shi squinted his eyes and said. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Then I'll have to disappoint senior brother Cheng. I don't know anything about weapons. It's better to fight barehanded. When the audience heard this, there was an uproar. Please vote for me. Chapter 551. Everyone had seen carelessness before, but none of the disciples of the Grass Division and Pill Division had ever seen such carelessness before. In the previous battles, there were times when the great guardian deity of the Pill Division met the 6 Arhats of the Grass Division, and there were times when he would be careless. However, he had never used his bare hands to fight against a weapon like this. Moreover, this was a battle with a stake of 50 taels of gold. Even the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming wouldn't dare to be so careless. When Cheng Shi heard this, a brilliant expression appeared on his face. Even though he had lost a few teeth after being beaten up by Zhang Xiaohua 2 nights ago, he was still one of the 10 great guardian deities. Cough, cough. Even though he was at the bottom, he still had some unique skills, especially the staff technique. He had received guidance from an inner disciple in his early years, and had also devoted himself to practicing it for a period of time. Even Zhou Shuming of the pill department would praise it endlessly when he saw it. It was one of Cheng Shi's trump cards. When the name of the last battle was announced, his first reaction was that he would meet Zhang Xiaohua the next day. His second reaction was to seek revenge, and his third reaction was naturally to use the Chi Mei staff. That day, Cheng Shi had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhang Xiaohua. He had always felt that Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet were only average. It was because he didn't take him seriously that Zhang Xiaohua's sneak attack succeeded. Of course, Cheng Shi also knew that his hands and feet were only average. Only with a staff would he have the confidence to get back the hatred from Zhang Xiaohua. Yes, and that 50 taels of gold. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that he wasn't good at using weapons, Cheng Shi felt as if he was dreaming. It was as if there were 50 taels of gold hanging above his head. He laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren, are you sure you don't want to use a weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be that there is a rule in our Tianmu Peak that if you use a weapon, I must use a weapon? If that's the case, then I can only reluctantly find a weapon." Cheng Shi hurriedly waved his hands. "No, our Tianmu Peak's duels are quite humane. If you don't want to use it, others won't force you. However, junior brother Ren doesn't use a weapon, and I, as his senior brother, use a weapon instead. Wouldn't others say that I'm bullying him?" "Oh, no, it should be bullying him. It's still not right." Seeing Cheng Shi so conflicted, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then does senior apprentice brother Cheng not want to use weapons?" Cheng Shi tightened his grip on the Chi Mei staff and said nervously, "I did have such an idea, but since I'm going to fight with a strong opponent like junior brother Ren, I naturally have to use my most powerful move. Only then will I be worthy of you, junior brother Ren. Don't you think so? If I'm also empty-handed, I'll tell you later that I'm best at staff techniques. Even if you win, isn't it a little unfair?" These words were said very smoothly. Perhaps he had already thought of the wording last night. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped her hands. "Then I thank senior apprentice brother Cheng for valuing me. Can we start now? Look, old consecrated Lei has been impatient for a long time. Of course, you took a weapon and still dawdled to explain to the other party that you're empty-handed. It seemed like you had no choice. How could the others not frown when they saw this?" Cheng Shi smiled awkwardly and twirled his staff in the air. He shouted, "Since that's the case, junior brother Ren, pay attention. I'm going to make my move." After he finished speaking, he raised his leg and pounced over, striking his staff at Qingshi's head. "Sigh, senior apprentice brother Cheng, you've already taken advantage of the weapon, but you still won't let me make a few moves? You actually want to make the first move. Looking at your bearing, it's not something an expert should have." Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized in her heart. Although she thought this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to test the results of her cultivation of the Big Dipper Divine Fist with the top of her head when she saw the Qi Mei staff smashing down with a whoosh. Therefore, she still released her divine sense. When the Qi Mei staff was about to finish its move, she dodged to the side and then grabbed with her hand, directly grabbing the head of the staff. When Qingshi saw this, he was secretly delighted. His hand shook and the staff flew out, striking towards Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although the staff looked good, in the divine sense, it was flashy but not practical. Zhang Xiaohua slightly tilted her hand, grabbing the place where the Qi Mei staff was about to hit. But just as she was about to grab it, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Qin Fengxiao said last night. She unconsciously smiled and said, loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Oh, or in other words, casting a long line to catch a big fish. Who doesn't know how to do that? Therefore, she clenched her hand and used her fist to hit the Qi Mei staff. She immediately retracted her hand with a painful expression on her face, as if she was really hit by the Qi Mei staff. She even sucked in a breath of cold air. That resemblance. Even Qin Fengxiao, who was watching the battle from the side, felt his heart tighten. He secretly said, "Oh no, this guy is too arrogant. He's going to suffer." Since even Qin Fengxiao was fooled, there was no need to say anything more about Qingshi. His heart was filled with joy. That staff of his danced with a whistling sound, sweeping horizontally towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her hand into her sleeve. Like a sparrow hawk, she somersaulted and soared into the air. Once again, she evaded the attack. She stretched out her left fist and punched towards Qingshi's face. Qingshi's move did not stop. He quickly withdrew the Qi Mei staff and held it horizontally in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's left fist landed on the Qi Mei staff. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua's punch would have a force of 10,000 jin. Not to mention a wooden staff, even an iron staff would be smashed. Wouldn't Qingshi vomit blood and die? Since Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stab a pig's nose with scallions, of course she couldn't use her strength. She only knocked on the staff and immediately used the force to somersault backwards. After staggering a few steps, she steadied herself. Alarmed, she said, "Senior martial brother Cheng, how can your martial arts be this high? Little brother was quite lucky the day before yesterday." Qingshi's face lit up, as if 50 taels of gold were shining. He shouted, "Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Why haven't you admitted defeat yet?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Don't. If I admit defeat now, I won't be able to see the elegant demeanor of your Dan department's Jin gang. It's better to give little brother a chance. Let me admire you a bit more." This brat was still teasing others at this time. However, the ecstatic Qingshi might not be able to hear the word admire in his words. Just look at how he swung the staff in a sweeping away 1,000 army posture. He did not give Zhang Xiaohua a chance to catch her breath. Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. She could only restrain her temper and fight with him. She had to praise Zhang Xiaohua. This brat's martial arts had reached an extremely high level. He was no longer limited to using the fixed fist of the North Star, but just according to Qingshi's moves, she casually came up with a stance to deal with him. Every move was derived from the fist of the North Star, only some angles and the height of some arms were not the same. He consciously knew that these moves were derived from the 108 moves, or it could be said that there were a total of 216 moves. But in the eyes of others, different moves were constantly appearing. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was slightly activated, her whereabouts were erratic. Her fists and palms were also untraceable. Cheng Shi's Chi Mei cudgel danced like a dragon swinging its tail as it chased after Zhang Xiaohua, but it could not even touch the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Some people whose martial arts were slightly higher, such as the 5 consecrators, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, seemed to have noticed something strange. Although they could not truly estimate Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, but from Zhang Xiaohua's ordinary moves that could turn something rotten into something magical, they could already feel that Cheng Shi was definitely not her opponent. As for whether Zhang Xiaohua could win against the 8 Vajra and the others, they also did not know in their hearts. As the saying goes, those who are closely involved cannot see clearly. Now, it could not be more appropriate to describe Cheng Shi. Seeing Cheng Shi's cudgel strike after strike, he always felt that he could knock down or force Zhang Xiaohua out of the circle. But Zhang Xiaohua was always like Xiaohua in the wind. No matter how strong or weak the wind was, he would always sway in the same posture, big or small, but he did not stick to the ground. Even if the wind was blowing to the point that it was about to break, but when the wind was weak, he would immediately stand up straight. Thus, Cheng Shi became more and more attentive and used more and more strength. He had long put aside his gradually disordered inner breath and gradually long breaths. Under his single-minded focus, he took the initiative to attack. Zhang Xiaohua's unbearable strength, as he fought and retreated at the same time, the two people's battle group gradually moved to the side, gradually moving towards the Grass Division disciples. And the sound of the Chi Mei cudgel swinging out made the Grass Division disciples tremble in fear even from afar. And when Qiu Weicheng, who was standing in front of the disciples, saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back, the corners of his mouth curled up. He pulled Chen Fengxiao's sleeve and pointed at his feet. Chen Fengxiao immediately understood. He turned around to look at the disciples, and waved his hand. The dozens of disciples in the front row also had a face of joy. They bent their waists and carefully retreated to the back. When the back row rose into the air, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng brought the 6 great Luohan and moved back a lot, creating a large space in front of them. When the Pill Division disciples opposite them saw this, they all stuck out their middle fingers and gestured towards the Grass Division opposite them. Then, they loudly cheered, hoping that Cheng Shi could hear them. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi had long taken the Pill Division disciples' reminders as encouragement. When he swung his cudgel at Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't even let them look towards the Pill Division. He swung his hair very confidently, and didn't even notice the problem of walking out of the arena. Nonsense, the Grass Division disciples were still some distance away. Moreover, wasn't Zhang Xiaohua in front of him? Even if he walked out of the arena, Zhang Xiaohua would be the one to do it first. What was he afraid of? Actually, even Chen Fengxiao and the rest were sweating. Zhang Xiaohua kept retreating, obviously wanting to drag Cheng Shi out of the arena. But there were no eyes behind him, how could he see the sidelines? If he accidentally crossed the line first, wouldn't that be self-defeating? At this time, even old consecrator Lei and the rest stood up and walked to the side of the table together, carefully anticipating the end of this battle. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and had long seen the sidelines carefully. When she was almost there, she reached out and grabbed the Chi Mei cudgel. Cheng Shi was secretly delighted and swung his cudgel again. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and hit it. She pretended to be in pain, and her other hand immediately reached out and grabbed the Chi Mei cudgel with both hands. With a little force, Cheng Shi couldn't help but rush forward. Zhang Xiaohua let go, and her hand went through the roots. Without looking back, she kicked that guy's butt. She didn't use much strength, but it was enough to make Cheng Shi take a few more steps forward. Vote for me. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 552. Cheng Shi stood still and revealed a smile of success. He had used quite a bit of strength in that strike just now, and it had hit the back of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Looking at his expression just now, he must have been seriously injured. Hee, both of his hands were injured. Let's see how he's going to deal with it. Thinking of this, he turned around and brandished his staff to attack again. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua just stood there motionlessly with her hands tucked behind her back. Cheng Shi was surprised. The staff was already in the air. Could it be that she wasn't afraid? At this moment, old consecrator Lei shouted, "Stop!" Cheng Shi of the Pill Division has already left the sidelines. Ren Xiaoyao of the Grass Division wins. What? Cheng Shi was immediately dumbfounded. That was 50 taels of gold. He should have paid Zhang Xiaohua 50 taels of gold earlier, but Wu Zhouxiu had taken out a few bottles of pills and a yuandan pill for him in order to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Originally, Wu Zhouxiu didn't plan to let him participate in this competition, but Wu Zhouxiu's calculations were not as good as God's plans. In the first round, he wasn't chosen. Thus, he wasn't sure which round he could truly catch Zhang Xiaohua in. Furthermore, the 10 great guardian deities unanimously objected to him competing with the people, so he gave up on participating. Of course, Cheng Shi's basic requirement for participating in the battle was that the pills worth 50 taels of gold must be taken out from his own pocket. The pill division wouldn't bear half a pill. Thinking that he had to take out a pill worth 50 taels of gold, and also didn't know why he lost the battle. This was clearly still far from the sidelines. Thus, Cheng Shi couldn't help but be distracted. The Chimay cudgel in his hand didn't stop because of old consecrator Lei's shout, and directly smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands crossed and looked at him quietly. Seeing that he didn't stop and that the strength of the cudgel was still sufficient, she couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, if she kicked it away or grabbed it with her hands, it would be effortless. But if she did so, her previous act would be wasted. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force on her feet and retreated a few steps. She accidentally tripped over her right foot and fell to the ground. Cheng Shi's Chimay cudgel also smashed onto the ground, injuring a patch of flowers and grass. Cheng Shi pitifully looked at Wu Zhouxiu, who had a look of disappointment on his face, as well as the many Pill Division disciples who had looks of pity on their faces. He felt as if he had been wronged. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Wu Zhouxiu point at his feet, indicating for him to look carefully. Thus, Cheng Shi shut his mouth and looked left and right carefully. It didn't matter if he looked closely, but his lungs were about to explode from anger. Not far in front of him was a thin line. Wasn't that the sidelines of the battle arena? And the Grass Division disciples who were supposed to be sitting beside the thin line were now sitting far behind him. Their faces were solemn and extremely upright, but their eyes couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. "This, you." Cheng Shi looked at his feet and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. He really didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaohua clasped his hands and said, "Senior brother Cheng's martial arts are really powerful. This Chi Mei staff technique is abnormally wondrous. I really am not a match for it, so I had to resort to trickery. I hope senior brother Cheng can understand." "Right, what is the name of this staff technique? I have never seen it before. Furthermore, senior brother Cheng's strength is boundless. When you use this staff technique, it is as if the Vajra of the 9 heavens has descended to the mortal world. It makes me feel as if I can't resist it." Zhang Xiaohua spoke as he walked. Cheng Shi was elated. "See, it's not that my martial arts are not good enough. People make mistakes, horses stumble too. It's just that this fellow's evil plan succeeded this time. I'll deal with him next time." Cheng Shi's face was that of a senior brother. "Junior brother Ren, a battle depends on real ability. You can survive for a while with petty tricks, but you can't survive for a lifetime. If you want to establish yourself on Tianmu Peak, you can't always be like this. You can't always be like this." Zhang Xiaohua bowed. "I understand." Cheng Shi took the opportunity to ask in a low voice, "Then, is the wager for the battle?" Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Senior brother Cheng, weren't you just lecturing me not to be sneaky? Since that's the case, we can't break the rules of the battle. As for the wager, I'll keep it for you." When you challenge me next time, I'll give it back to you. How about that? Won't senior brother Cheng have a clear conscience if you use your own ability to win it back? When Qingshi heard that, he wished he could slap his own mouth. But thinking that he would be able to win it back next time, he could accept it in his heart. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You said it yourself. In a few days, I'll name you and challenge you. You must accept the challenge." Zhang Xiaohua's heart was already blooming with joy. But he still panicked and said, "All right, senior brother Cheng, don't worry. I'll definitely use my true ability. But you must show mercy." Qingshi snorted and waved his hand. He walked down, as if the winner of this battle was him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he watched Qingshi leave the arena. He walked towards the Grass Division disciples. At this time, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng had already returned to their original seats. They heard the conversation clearly. Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng both smiled and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohua a thumbs up. They thought, this guy is really AI, I don't know if he's smart or cunning. He just won this battle and won the wager for this battle. Now he's eyeing the wager for the next battle. Not to mention that the two of them were resting. Old Consecrator Lei opened the box again. For the 7th battle, the Grass Division had drawn another good lot. It was the 2nd Arhat heir Du Mu against the 6th guardian deity Jing Su. According to the records, the martial arts of the Grass Division's Arhats were generally lower than that of the Dan Division's Arhats. But the Arhats who were ranked at the top were able to take on the Arhats ranked at the bottom. This heir Du Mu against Jing Su was more likely to win than lose. When they were drinking last night, Pill Division's Wu Dalong had asked Grass Division's headmaster Chen several times about the order of today's battle formation. However, Chen Fengxiao had gritted his teeth and refused to say anything. When Wu Zhouxiu heard about the two people who would be fighting, he almost felt indignant that the heavens were unfair. If you say that they were unlucky, then they were unlucky, but they shouldn't be so unlucky. Moreover, the stakes were unprecedentedly high. Vomit blood, vomit blood. Wu Zhouxiu only had this premonition. The gambling fight between heir Du Mu and Jing Su was the same as the previous few fights. It was extremely boring. Both of them were familiar with each other. Their martial arts moves, the habits of their moves, and the degree of their internal energy were explained clearly. It was just that in order to fight over this medicinal pill that was worth 50 taels of gold, both of them took out their trump card. After fighting for nearly the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the winner was finally decided. Indeed, as everyone expected, heir Du Mu obtained the final victory. At this point, not only was heir Du Mu overjoyed because he obtained the wager of 50 taels of gold, even Chen Fengxiao, Qiu Weicheng and the other Grass Division disciples were overjoyed. Because, after the 7th battle, the Grass Division had already obtained 5 victories, while the Dan Division only had 2. The Grass Division definitely didn't need to take out a large portion of their already meager stock of pills to lose to the Dan Division. In 3 battles, if they could win 1 battle, they could obtain 20% of the 500 taels of gold. If they could win all of the battles, wouldn't that be 60%? That was a pill worth 300 taels of gold. Thinking about this, Chen Fengxiao had the urge to pinch his own thigh. On the other hand, Wu Zhouxiu's mouth was full of bitterness. The Dan Division still had 5, 7 and 8 warriors who hadn't fought yet. The Grass Division had 3 Arhats and Zhang Xiaohua who hadn't fought yet. Seeing how Zhang Xiaohua had defeated Qingshi, the 7 and 8 warriors were most likely not her opponent. In other words, the 5 Arhats could only win 1 battle. The remaining 2 battles would be lost if there were no accidents. Calculating, the Grass Division would probably lose 200 taels of gold worth of pills. Bitter, it was even more bitter than Coptis gold thread. The 8th battle officially began with Old Consecrator Lei's loud voice. However, Wu Zhouxiu's attention was no longer on the battle. Because, in this battle, he had arranged for the 8 warrior Yue to fight. He was most likely not a match for Zhang Xiaohua. But when he heard the name of the Grass Division's 3rd Arhat, Qian Zibi, Hope rose from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Yu Yi wasn't a match for Qian Zibi. This was for sure. Yu Yi's martial arts were a level lower than Qian Zibi's. Even in his previous battle records, he had been completely defeated. But the remaining 2 battles were different. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua had to fight 2 battles in a row. Her physical strength might not be enough. Secondly, Wu Zhouxiu was clear in his heart that he had sent out the 5th warrior Yi Qingliao for the 9th battle. He should be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua for sure. And after Zhang Xiaohua had fought with Yi Qingliao, she directly entered the 10th battle. Although it was the 7-warrior Qi Yuntian, Zhang Xiaohua was already exhausted. She might not necessarily lose. If it was calculated like this, the Dan division would only lose 1 battle. The 20% stake was 100 taels of gold. And it was also acceptable. He could just treat it as if he had worked hard for the past few years for nothing and returned all the pills he had won from the grass division. As expected, the 8th battle ended very quickly. If it was before, Qian Zibi might have allowed Yu Yi to make 2 moves. The 2 of them could be friends for a while and let the surrounding disciples enjoy themselves. But today, it involved 50 taels of gold. Qian Zibi was afraid that he would fail miserably. After just 10 rounds, he showed a flaw. He grabbed Yu Yi's acupoint and threw him to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Fengxiao grabbed his sleeve and said softly, "Little brother, our grass division has already won a match. We've obtained 100 taels of gold. It's already made up for all the pills we've lost to the pill division over the past few years. You don't have to feel burdened. You've already won a match, so if you lose another match, we'll call it even. If you lose 2 more matches, just give all the pills you've lost to the pill division. Of course, our grass division can also take out these pills on your behalf. Little brother, you don't have to worry." Afterwards, Chen Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhouxiu opposite him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He said softly, "Also, if we win too much, the Dan division's Wu Dalong." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Boss arranged my last 2 battles together. I already understand what's going on. Don't worry." Chapter 553. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already thought it through. If Chen Fengxiao wanted her to win 3 rounds, then today's battle order would definitely be the 1st, 3rd, and 5th round. In the middle of the 2 rounds, she would be able to rest a bit, adjust her Jinqi, and recover her strength. But Chen Fengxiao arranged for her to fight the 4th and 5th round together, which meant that he didn't plan on letting her win the last round. As for why Chen Fengxiao had such a plan, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood, but also somewhat didn't. However, right now, she was already standing in the arena, so she didn't have much time to think about this problem. In front of Zhang Xiaohua stood the pill division's 5th guardian deity, Yi Qingliao. The term guardian deity gave people the impression that it was a person with big shoulders and a round waist, with an appearance of infinite strength. However, Zhang Xiaohua had seen all of the 10 guardian deities, and only a few people could bear this title. For example, Qingshi, who was completely blasphemous to be called a guardian deity. Yi Qingliao was the one who was most worthy of this title among the 10 guardian deities. Standing in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he was almost a head taller than Zhang Xiaohua, and the muscles on his body bulged one by one. Just casually walking around the arena would make the ground tremble a bit. Seeing him, Zhang Xiaohua almost had the feeling of seeing a misty school's stone cow. When old consecrator Lei gave the order, Zhang Xiaohua bowed, "Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao, please advise me, senior brother Yi." Seeing this, Yi Qingliao took 2 steps back for no reason. He looked at Ren Baqian suspiciously. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he cupped his hands and said in a low and muffled voice, "Well said, junior brother Ren, let's begin." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Senior brother Yi, why did you retreat just now? This little brother hasn't attacked yet." "He, Delong said that you're full of tricks, so I have to guard against you." In the previous round, I didn't see you give any gifts. This time, you suddenly did this to me, so of course I have to guard against you. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, my character isn't that bad, is it? Then, he explained, Senior Marshal Brother Yi is right. However, a few days ago, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng provoked me and I didn't want to see him. This is our first time fighting, so of course I have to be polite before resorting to force. Yi Qingliao waved his hand and said, don't talk about etiquette and weapons, hurry up and fight, you just have to hand over the 50 taels of gold leaf to me. After saying that, he shouted, Junior Brother Ren, since you're not using a weapon, then this Yi will also fight you empty-handed. Be careful. After saying that, he waved his long arm, and that bowl-sized fist smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Before the fist reached her body, the wind of the fist arrived first. Looking at the power of the fist, it was no less than Qingshir's Qimei cudgel. Zhang Xiaohua was the least afraid of fighting empty-handed, especially when it came to external martial arts. Therefore, she also took a step forward. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Qingliao's arm had not straightened, and his whole body's strength had not reached 100%, she immediately clenched her right hand into a fist. With a "hoo" sound, she stepped forward and only used 40% of her strength. Seeing this, Yi Qingliao was overjoyed. He practiced external martial arts, and when he fought with other grass sect opponents, there were very few people who would fight him head-on. Now that Zhang Xiaohua came up and fought with him, how could he be happy? However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's frail body, Yi Qingliao could only use 80% of his strength, so he quickly withdrew 20%. With a "peng" sound, the two people's fists collided. Yi Qingliao only felt his arm go slightly numb, and a huge force hit him. He couldn't help but ting back a few steps before he could steady himself. On the opposite side, Zhang Xiaohua was even worse. She retreated more than 10 steps before she managed to not fall. The two people steadied themselves and looked at each other, not easily taking a step forward. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran in front of Yi Qingliao, jumped up, raised her left leg, and kicked towards Yi Qingliao's armpit. Although Yi Qingliao was surprised by the huge force just now, seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sorry state, he was slightly relieved. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's kick coming over, he raised his arm and used it to block. Zhang Xiaohua's left leg kicked Yi Qingliao's arm, but she didn't use too much strength. Instead, she put her leg on Yi Qingliao's arm, twisted her waist, and her right leg immediately kicked over like lightning. Yi Qingliao didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his left hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's right ankle. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let him have his way. Her right leg deftly changed direction in the air and kicked from another angle. Yi Qingliao also had a card up his sleeve. He pushed his left arm and blocked with his left fist, so the two people started fighting. Yi Qingliao was ranked 5th in the top 10 King Kong. His kung fu wasn't weak. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately showed weakness, so the two people's punches and kicks were very exciting. However, no matter how big of an advantage Yi Qingliao had, even if he sent Zhang Xiaohua flying, knowing that he could chase after Zhang Xiaohua and defeat her, Yi Qingliao still guarded the surrounding few feet and didn't move forward. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua understood in her heart that she had lured Yi Qingliao into a trap. This guy must have received Wu Dalong's orders. No matter how much she pretended, he wouldn't chase after her and let her kick him out of the line. Since it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little worried. If it was to say that defeating this Yi Qingliao wasn't a difficult thing, but if she could defeat him very accidentally and make him unable to see through her true martial arts, then it would be a very troublesome thing. However, if she wanted to lose to Yi Qingliao and give away the 50 taels of gold pill, then it would be better to directly defeat Yi Qingliao. The two people exchanged punches and kicks for the time it took to eat a meal. Even when the sun was already high up in the sky, Yi Qingliao still stood in the distance and didn't move much. Naturally, no one could see who won or lost. But even so, the surrounding disciples were dumbfounded by what they saw. Last time when Zhang Xiaohua defeated Qingshi, to be honest, it was a bit of an unfair victory. She only relied on tricks and didn't have any real ability. Therefore, everyone was like Qin Fengxiao's prediction. They lowered their attention on Zhang Xiaohua again and again, thinking that there was nothing special about Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. There were even some disciples who didn't know their place and had thoughts that they shouldn't have in their minds. Of course, there were even more disciples who placed their bets on the Dan division. They originally thought that the Dan division's 5 taels of gold would easily end the bet. But after fighting for almost half a day, it was actually a situation of neither winning nor losing. This frail grass division youth actually didn't fall behind by half a point. Yi Jingang is simple and honest. Maybe he didn't kill him and gave Ren Xiaoyao some face. Maybe Yi Jingang wants to exhaust Ren Xiaoyao's strength. When he runs out of strength, then wouldn't he be casually thrown out of the line? The people outside the line kept guessing. But just when everyone was guessing when Yi Qingliao would exert his strength and defeat Zhang Xiaohua, the situation on the field changed again. They saw Zhang Xiaohua once again leaping high into the air, her legs interlocking with Yi Qingliao's face. Yi Qingliao seemed to have already seen through Zhang Xiaohua's moves and wasn't nervous at all. He clenched his fists and punched out continuously, turning all of Zhang Xiaohua's attacks into nothingness. And when Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground, it was as if she had stepped on something. Zhang Xiaohua's body was like an arrow leaving the bowstring, pouncing towards Yi Qingliao. And because Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a good grasp of her balance, her 2 hands were randomly grabbing at the air. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, Yi Qingliao was stunned. Just when he was about to dodge, Zhang Xiaohua's 2 arms were already in front of him, grabbing at the place where his 2 arms were. Yi Qingliao didn't dare to be slow, afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had a trick up her sleeves. He also raised his arms to block Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, 4 arms crossed together. Zhang Xiaohua very casually pushed Yi Qingliao's arms to the left and right, as if she was just randomly bumping into something. Could it be that this junior brother Ren really fell down? At this time, Yi Qingliao naturally thought. Unfortunately, this was the only thought Yi Qingliao had before he woke up. He saw Zhang Xiaohua push Yi Qingliao's 2 arms apart, and her entire body was already in Yi Qingliao's embrace. Her head that was flying in front, before Yi Qingliao could react, hit his chest's Shan Zhong point. Yi Qingliao couldn't catch his breath, and fainted on the spot. And the initiator of this, Zhang Xiaohua, seemed to be dazed from the impact. Like Yi Qingliao, she fainted and fell straight to the ground. In an instant, the entire place was dead silent. Even the sound of breathing stopped. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Then, they looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. And it wouldn't be right if they didn't know what had happened. They probably didn't know why such a coincidental thing had happened. In the past 10 years of Tianmu Peak, such an incident had never happened before. Then, with a wang sound, thousands of flies rushed over at the same time. All the disciples were whispering to each other and discussing. The 5 consecrators, Pill Departments Wu Zhouxiu, the 9 Vajras, Qin Fengxiao, Qiu Wei Cheng, and the 6 arhats all stood up with a zing sound. They all looked at the scene with complicated expressions. Knocking out the opponent was naturally the winner. But when 2 people fainted at the same time, who was the winner and who was the loser? This was really hard to say. When the rules were set, they never thought that such a situation would happen. Even after a few revisions, there were no new rules. However, they didn't dare to casually enter the arena. Disciples who weren't part of the battle were prohibited from entering the arena. If they entered the arena, they would be judged as the loser. And this battle involved 50 taels of gold, so no one dared to enter the arena. Therefore, just like this, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Wu Zhouxiu was the first to become impatient. He walked towards Consecrator Lei. In his opinion, since both of them had fainted together, it would be a draw. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua was already injured. Although it was the 7 Vajras who entered the arena, Qi Yuntian should be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua. In this way, their pill department would only lose 20% of 100 taels of gold. But just as he took a step, he heard an earth-shattering cry from the grass department. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying there motionless, sitting up from the ground. She rubbed her head and looked at everything around her in confusion. Please vote for me, recommend me, that you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.